So in the top left, you can see that it says live on YouTube.
Got it. And I know it said before I end the meeting, I have to stop it, correct?
Yeah. So now that you're the host, you
Okay.
stop the meeting.
Okay.
All right. So we should be good to go.
Sounds good. I guess, should I like put something in chat so that if anyone logs in, they know that we're live?
I would just let them know as they come in, because if you put something in the chat now, it's not gonna like.
Oh yeah, of course. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Take care.
Later, I'll be like checking back in to
Okay.
get some pictures from Instagram and stuff.
Sounds good. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah.
Good morning, Whitney.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I was
Hi.
making some coffee. I couldn't respond right away.
Not at all. I just wanted to let you know that we are live on YouTube. So everyone, when they come in, I'm going to let them know. But just mute video off and everything until we get started.
All right, cool.
Thanks.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, everybody. I just want to let you, hi, I just want to let you know that we are live on YouTube for the rest of the school to watch if they want to. So that's already been started. I just want everyone to know in advance.
Okay.
But thank you so much for joining us today. John's about to join as well. So we should get started soon.
Thank you. Thank you. I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at the materials submitted for the last project, the final review.
Yes.
And then I saw the list of names you sent in that attachment, and there were like 2 names that didn't quite match.
Oh, okay. So it's probably CC, the college.
No. It's like you had 12 people, and in your list, it was Jacob Foreman and Zach Levy. And
Yes.
instead, I got the projects of Emma O'Keefe and Marielle Hayes.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Well, Jacob and Zach should have been with you, and Marielle, but Marielle and Emma's also were.
So that would
correct.
make it
So
like 14 projects then.
Yeah, it should have been 13 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I only got 12 and 12 projects and 12 names on the list. It's just those 2 names. So it's basically 2 in one list and then 2 different ones in the list of projects.
Okay. Shoot, I'm sorry about that. I can try and email you the ones that you did not have if you like.
Sure, the ones I didn't, so I looked at all the other ones, but I did not see Jacob's or Zach's.
Okay. Well, luckily they're in the second half, maybe.
Yeah, they're in the second half. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not a problem for me. I just wanted to make sure,
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Oh, and I see Cleary has also joined us, and Laura and John. So hi, everybody. I just want to let you know that we are already live on YouTube for the rest of the school to watch if they want to participate. But other than that, hi, thank you for joining us. I know John probably would like to also say greetings. Oh, mute.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yeah, I got you now.
We have looked very forward to today, this semester review of the work of Studio 2 Urban Conservation. And thank the jury in particular very much for the time you've given so far in researching what the students have done this semester, and also for your time this morning. We have an all-star cast of 4+ jurors, and I'd like to introduce them now. Norma Barbacci, who is a colleague of many years of mine at the World Monuments Fund in New York. Norma teaches urban conservation at Yale. Norma is quite the expert on everything involving urban conservation in the Spanish and Portuguese speaking world. That means Latin America and beyond. Welcome, Norma. Cleary is also a proud product of Columbia University, like Norma and myself. Cleary's very accomplished restoration architect who's now based at the University of Florida. And she's the leader of the Institute for Built Environmental Resilience. So Cleary, thank you for joining us. Welcome back. You were with us this time last year.
My pleasure.
Wonderful. Laura Blocker is with us this morning as well. Laura's really the mother of the program at this point, being its acting director, and knows these students and these projects inside and out. And thank you for your time, Laura, very much appreciated. Our Dean, Inaki Alde, hopes to join us for a good part of this morning's presentation. We all know Inaki. He is a special friend of the program, really understands and appreciates architectural preservation. So he'll be with us not at the beginning, but pretty much for the middle of this morning's presentation. Others on the TSA faculty have been notified of this event, and we hope they join us. They may dip in and out. Particular friends of the program, shall we say. The program, MPS program, is a holistic and integrated treatment of architectural preservation. And a mainstay part of it is the Urban Conservation Studio, where we think everything sort of is pulled together in the learnings of these students thus far in the program. It's a kind of an exit course, if you will, in their second semester. But due to the nature of urban conservation, so many things are brought into the question of preservation at the urban scale. So it's really been fun to work with the students in this capacity and build on their knowledge gained in the first semester. In particular, Michael Shoriak's Studio One, where they were trained rather well in digital everything. And then Ashley Gadlet's course in Geographic Information Systems. Most of the students have taken that course too. So that's their background to have arrived in this course in January. With dear Tony DiMaggio, who is my colleague in teaching the course, we picked 3 projects this semester that develop an ascending order of complexity. The first is Jackson Square in the heart of the Vieux Carré. The second is a representative area within the Lower Garden District of New Orleans. It's in, shall we say, in the heart of the Lower Garden District. And the third project, we had to make a sort of mid-flight correction. We were going to look at a whole small town, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, but this university had to close before we could start that project. So we made a quick workaround and thought of something that would be appropriate to do long distance by distance learning. And for the third project, we listed about 20 stellar examples of urban conservation around the world that the students could select from and research and analyze on their own with our careful guidance. And this is just one image that you see, one project, as you see on the screen right now, that one student's Emmy Morita did. So in the course of this morning, we've asked the students, rather than explain all they did on each project, to show representative images of their work on each project in very few minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes at the most, and tell us about not only their contribution to the project, but what they noticed through the process, what they learned, the importance, the relevance of what they learned, and basically their opinion of how we ran this semester as an exposure to the all-important field of urban conservation. In particular, how they learned with our theory of building upon something urban preservation treated at 3 different scales: very local, neighborhood, all the way to a whole district, all the way to a whole town, if you will. So I will not go much further into what we did. I will say the students were wonderful. We had 13 students total, 12 are presenting today. 1 is out ill, but she will be graded separately. And it's just been a pleasure to work with these students in what I would call a general joy of exploration and learning together. I think that is pretty much all I should say in the way of introductions, except one last thing. Thanks to Cassius Peeler, the class was enriched with one of his faculty members in the Master of Real Estate, Sustainable Real Estate program. And Andrew Brooks joined us for 3 or 4 meetings to talk about the real estate perspective on all the stuff we're doing. And those were really interesting sort of outside enrichment classes because through this kind of work, of course, we want to learn how to look at all these sorts of problems through different lenses. So we figured that the businessman's perspective on urban preservation is very, very important, the real estate perspective. So there's that. There's more I could say, but this is really all about the students presenting. You've seen the agenda. It's all in hand. It could probably go seamlessly until 12 noon. We may have a little bit of a stretch break after about the fourth presentation, but we'll see how it's going. I will let Tony compliment the words I've just made. And then once again, I've so enjoyed working with Tony DiMaggio, another friend of many years. And we work really well together in a course that I really know benefits hugely from team teaching like we are doing right here. So Tony, thank you for everything, including being the MC for this event. And so give us some more ground rules about presentations and anything you would like to say to supplement my introductory remarks.
Great. Thank you so much, John. There is really no need to supplement what you said, other than my own personal desire to say that I just love getting the chance to teach this course with you, because it really highlights the multi-interdisciplinary nature of preservation, and having such a broad range of students with varied backgrounds really shines in this particular course, I think, because working together in teams, they're each able to put focus on the aspects of a preservation planning that would benefit them the most in whatever future they have. So we have students who plan to go into architecture. We have 3 architecture degree undergrads joining us this semester as well. So they were able to bring a lot of the work they've done up until now into this course. And we have students who have background in anthropology, in archaeology. God, there's a bunch of so many different ones, and it's really great to see. You're really going to be able to see when they present how they're merging that in with preservation, because I think it really does inform so many different aspects of the working world in architecture, urban planning, and beyond. So I would like to just say for everybody, I know that we sent an email out, but it would be great if as we're winding down with each student, the next one in the agenda queues up their presentation slides and gets ready to share so that we can switch over quite quickly. And if anyone has any problems, feel free to text me. It'll probably be easier for me to check that because I'll have it alert me immediately, but hopefully not. If we have something come up, we can definitely deal with it. So thank you so much. And I guess we should start with Whitney. Ready, Whitney? And you can introduce yourselves as well, please, to our jurors.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Whitney Mall, and I will be addressing my research and the work that I've done over the course of this semester. There we go. So project 1 on Jackson Square was a really fun first project to tackle in this studio. My group was assigned Zone 3 to study, which consists of the area directly around and behind St. Louis Cathedral. For my part, I helped break down the current conditions and history of the zone using old Sanborn maps, other archived visuals, as well as some personal research. I compiled day versus night pictures throughout the zone to get an idea of the day-to-day activity within the area, and created this building use overlay map graphic in the upper right-hand side, sort of break down what's currently happening with these buildings. It's primarily a commercial zone, but there's a scattering of residential there as well. These lines of inquiry along with my partner's work helped to identify St. Anthony's Garden behind the cathedral as an opportunity zone. This small space has a complex layered history that goes back to the earliest French colonial times. I greatly enjoyed researching this space and consulting the notarial archives, library records, and other published works on the site. The space is currently private under the stewardship of the Archdiocese, but if it were open to the public, it has a true wealth of information and historic value to display. One main idea we came up with for the garden is the addition of some wayside markers to help educate visitors to the significance of the space. This garden was once an informal marketplace for early colonial people, visitors to the area, and Native Americans as well, to be able to trade, and 2008 excavations of this site helped uncover a lot of the material culture from that earliest phase as well as later phases throughout the space's history. Here is just one example of how the wayside markers could look. This marker, one of 3 we planned out, shows graphics and information about the 2008 excavations and gives a general history of the space. While this one is more specifically focusing on the American history, which in my opinion is an often overlooked aspect of New Orleans and French Quarter history, it gets sort of lost when we approach everything with a more Eurocentric perspective. Project 2 was perhaps my favorite assignment because it really forced me to think on a larger scale and about cause and effect relationships and about all the interrelated infrastructure conditions that I was researching. I immediately zoned in on the topic of infrastructure, accessibility, and the general hardscape after seeing the exposed but out of service streetcar tracks running up Airto across Magazine Street. My research began with an inquiry into the history of public transportation in the Lower Garden District and relating that to present-day street and sidewalk conditions. After studying traffic flow and pedestrian safety, my first suggestion was the addition of a traffic light at Airto and Magazine. This intersection has many blind spots and traffic flows fast down Magazine as cars speed from under the overpass. A traffic light here could go a long way to increase the safety for both drivers and pedestrians, as well as control the traffic flow for that area. My research later focused on sidewalk and street conditions. I walked and mapped the area to create a story map of conditions, which unfortunately I don't have time to show you, but this is a sampling of some of the things that I mentioned in it. First and foremost, the corner at Airto and Constance is a major safety hazard. A large tree has completely uprooted the sidewalk here and could greatly benefit from the use of something like a sidewalk bridge, which I have pictured in the lower left-hand side. Moving forward, I also offered the addition of a specific tree species suggestion list to neighborhood design guidelines, which could help avoid such problems in the future. These suggested species have deeper tap roots, which don't spread out under the surface in the same way as others, and are less likely to uplift the street surface as they mature. Project 3's project is this infographic poster on the city of my selection, Clarksdale, Mississippi. I won't go into great detail as there's a lot presented here, but my basic goal with this was to display to viewers the wealth of cultural value held here. Clarksdale's early to mid 20th century music scene greatly contributed to Delta blues and American blues in general, as well as having a major civil rights movement in this town. This history and this rich culture has influenced city leaders' policies, and they're beginning to recognize this history as a marketing angle and an attraction for the city as they're trying to increase their residency. Under non-pandemic conditions, they host a variety of festivals and other events to celebrate their history. And right now, Clarksdale is revamping their historic downtown district to offer a variety of incentives, and they offer a decidedly nostalgic environment to help entice those new residences and businesses. The approach is making advancements, but I think in the long run, this town could use a boost from a more standardized venture like a Main Street America program to sort of help them along in the journey they're making to bring back their historic downtown. In conclusion, this semester's work has really taught me to think on a bigger scale, bigger than just a single building, sort of helped me alleviate like preservation tunnel vision. It also helped me to think more creatively when conducting my research, pushed me to search out different venues to find information. And it really helped me to consider all of those cause and effect relationships that are involved in preservation measures.
Thank you, Whitney. Well done. Comments?
I
John, is there any kind of any format you would like our comments or just?
Yes, please. Thank you, Norma. I would just like to say, you just seen representative images of 3 projects.
Mhm.
This last one is a one-of image for such a project. That was Whitney's selection of Clarksdale, Mississippi. And you all have seen the programs for each project. I will say that project 1, actually for all of them, we, or at least the first 2, we suggested different zones of concern. Project 1 had 4 zones: the Jackson Square, all that you could see from standing in the square. The second zone was what surrounds the square. The third is the so-called batture, the river side of the square. And the fourth zone is beyond the area, extending on beyond through into the French Quarter. So when you hear these references to zones in Project 1, that's what that's about. Otherwise, Norma, Cleary, what do you think?
I mean, I just want to commend Whitney for her, first of all, I mean, her graphic presentation and the, balance of graphics and text was excellent. It was very clear. It was easy to understand, even without, her well-said explanation. I mean, I was just taking quick notes about, some of her projects and what she picked on it. And I, was impressed by the sensitivity towards the documentation, like day and night, for example, the day and night use of a space. We sometimes kind of forget that, the temporality of uses, I think is a hugely important aspect of, urban conservation. I also like, and I saw this in a bunch of the other projects, but we'll get to it afterwards, that the students were very conscious about untapped or unrecognized audiences or histories and so on, stories that had been lost and because of populations that were marginalized. So I noticed that many of the students had zoomed in on that. And I thought that's extremely important, to tell that story. And then the other project of Whitney, talking about the infrastructure and trees. I mean, trees, urban trees, I thought that's a fantastic suggestion to create guidelines for appropriate trees that would not cause that problem, as opposed to just get rid of the trees. So I thought that was really smart. And again, Clarksdale project, I really enjoyed learning about Clarksdale, which I knew nothing about. But in a way, her poster is almost like an invitation to visit Clarksdale. And I'm like, I'm sold. I want to go there and listen to the blues and enjoy that cultural intangible heritage that she's put forward and described so well. So anyway, that's my quick impression, my list of impressions. So
Thank you.
I just
Thank you.
thank you. I enjoyed it.
Let's see. So Whitney, on your first project, I'm really excited that you chose a park to study. I loved how you stated that your work helped you to identify this as an opportunity. And I think that's really exciting. We're so often thinking about buildings and kind of that 3-dimensional built environment, and the spaces in between are really just as important. And I think the archaeology that's happened here is really special and doesn't get enough attention in places like the French Quarter when you're walking around as a tourist. So I think that you identified that as an opportunity is really great. The other interesting aspect of this that you could capitalize on in a way is that kind of shift from public to private space, which is another thing that, the average person walking down the street may not think about so much. There are these big spaces available for tourist in the French Quarter. Why is this a private space and how did that happen? And that might be another interesting part of the story for your interpretation. Let's see, the infrastructure and hardscape project. Again, I think really great idea to focus on other aspects of place, that you were inspired by the streetcar tracks, and it led you to investigate traffic and streets, because quite honestly, so many of our cities, New Orleans too, has been really physically impacted by those transportation plans and changes in the 20th century. And so I think it's great that you identified that. I agree with Norma, the idea that tree guidelines can make a place is just a really valuable insight. I think you'll find when you get out into the working world, you will be working with people looking at trees, looking at streetscape materials, looking at traffic counts and street lights for safety. So I think you did a really great job of looking at the interdisciplinary aspects of this project. And lastly, with Clarksdale, I'm very excited to hear that they are working on enticing more residents. I was in Clarksdale probably 10 to 15 years ago, and it was really exciting, and glad to see that they're able to still move that forward. I didn't have a chance to entirely read your poster, but I do think the content headers that I saw are very thorough, and maybe you have addressed this, but another thing to be thinking about is what are the questions that it raises when you bring in tourism to a very small rural location like this, and what happens with that blend of tourism and the existing residential population and business population. And that's an effect that I know a lot of preservation population is really, professionals are really thinking about a lot today. So great work and great presentation. It was very clear and concise and thorough. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your feedback.
Thank you all. Any other comments on this from any quarter? I think about it, and one just additional remark I would like to make is thank you again, Whitney. Well done. With Clarksdale, I listed this on the list of 20 possible projects they could pick, because when I went, I remember it above all else, it was this fantastic example of how music, an event, something that's programmed, not designed, planned, or built, could save a town. And that's exactly what happened here. A dead southern town that had lost its economy was empty until some people started setting up juke joints that put it way back on the world map, but associated with music, it being the birthplace of the blues. So Whitney did a good job in portraying that situation and the extremely important role of smart programming for new uses, adaptive uses for places. Awesome. Good work, guys.
I just wanted Laura to have a chance to also make a comment. She had put her hand up.
Thank you. Whitney, great job. I'll keep my comments short. St. Anthony's Garden, I would love to be able to go and visit and see those signs and learn more about the Native American history there. I hope that can come to fruition. Very small minutia comment. I would avoid using the word opportunity zone, because as you know, it's been co-opted into a specific financial incentive program. So zone of opportunity, maybe, to avoid any confusion. Then there we're working with especially some of our other colleagues. On the Lower Garden District, I too, just reiterating everyone's comments, loved your engagement with infrastructure. And the thing that came immediately to my mind when you talked about the traffic in the area and the traffic light, as well as the bridges over the routes, is it made me think about the way those two things change opportunities for people to experience the environment, the built environment around them, especially the historic built environment. that traffic light slows it down, the safety, and this may be something that you probably explored, you know, more, but I immediately thought about that the bridges allow you to not be looking down for fear that you're going to fall constantly,
Onto
but
a
be able to,
crater.
yes. As I've seen many people do when they are looking up instead of down. And so both of these things made me think about how they also really change the experience of navigating your way through the built environment. On Clarksdale, also great job. And I liked the fact that you called out that part of what was happening was that it was really a nostalgic environment that was being created, and maybe not so much in balance with the environment for the residents and in the contemporary existence of the town. And one thing I just would have been curious to see on the poster was to get, it's so hard to pull these kind of posters together and get the information on there and get it visually appealing, which you did, as everyone said, such a good job of. The one other thing I would like to see, to answer a question that immediately came to my mind, which was, how are these revitalization of the downtown, how are these impacts specifically affecting preservation of individual buildings and their use? So perhaps like a quick graphic of, you know, maybe vacancy, changes in vacancy, changes in use, what part of the built environment is really being well used and engaged and preserved and moving forward. But excellent job. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And up next we have Haley.
Hi, I'm Haley. For project one, I researched Washington Artillery Park and Jack's Brewery. Coming from an art history background, I approached this project from an historical approach. The timeline on the left represents a brief history of Washington Artillery. After researching and spending some time at the site, I observed many of its conditions, such as the trash and water in the planters and its insufficient lighting. Another observation was the mass congregation of tourists that were watching street performers or taking pictures of the cathedral. After looking at the site's conditions, I determined that the major concern for the site was a massive focus on tourism, with t-shirt shops and a hop-on, hop-off bus office, which was stationed right underneath the artillery. So with the help of professors and using my history background, my proposal focused on how to better integrate and convey the history of the area within the tourist-focused space. So when thinking about the area, people throughout history have entered the city from the river. Instead of a hop-on, hop-off bus center, one can consider implementing a pack or marker. The marker can indicate a starting place for tour guides to start their tours. Hopefully this could make people look at the square with an open-air museum ideology, which would make people take time to look at the buildings within the area instead of heading to the next tourist attraction. For my next site that I focused on was for project one was Jack's Brewery. Again, for Jack's Brewery, I looked at its history, which can be seen on the left's timeline. I also noticed that the building had some maintenance issues, such as loose tiles and graffiti on the walls. However, just like Washington Artillery Park, one of the biggest pitfalls for Jack's is the tour shops and chain restaurants and stores. Instead of tour shops and food chains located throughout the site, rethinking the use of the space would hopefully entice both residents and tourists to visit regularly, rather than the tour shopping center that it is today. So my proposal, looking back at history, since Jack's Brewery was the oldest brewery in New Orleans, it would be the perfect fit for hosting microbreweries featuring local and international brews. So from project one, I learned the importance of truly looking at the past and how it can help inform one into making future planning decisions and affect the interactions that people have within a space. Additionally, this project helps spark an interest in seeing how a condition of a building can affect the way that a community responds or treats a site. So as the semester progressed, I became more interested in building materials and their conditions. Moreover, the study area for project two was located in the Lower Garden District. While observing the site, I noticed that the area had many beautiful buildings with a lot of lots in between. This made me curious as to why there are so many empty lots, which led me to want to focus on the building's conditions in the area. So for this project, I teamed up with another student in the class, Muriel. Muriel and I surveyed all the buildings in the area, 131 to be exact. We rated each building within our study area and based it on a rating system that we created. We identified buildings to be in good or excellent condition if the structure demonstrated obvious care and upkeep. We defined fair buildings as a structure that is maintained and has minor damage, such as soot and rust, which can be seen on 1201 Magazine Street. A poor rated structure was a structure in use and minimally maintained, while we rated blighted buildings to be abandoned and having major HDLC violations. Throughout this process, we also rated the buildings to which we considered to be contributing or non-contributing or to be significant in the area, which was a structure that was individually listed on the National Register. The results demonstrated that both buildings listed as contributing and were in excellent and fair condition were more at the center of the study area as opposed to the poor blighted that were located closer to the interstate. From this, both Mariel and I identified properties that were rated in fair or poor condition, which would have been attractive for a developer. Moreover, through the overlay map which we created, we picked out properties that a developer could improve upon and that'd be a successful and beneficial development for the neighborhood. So to sum up, for Project 2, most people would view these efforts surveying the conditions to be trivial. But for me, especially going through this process, I find it actually highly important. Through this, one can start to study the area and site patterns. For example, the areas which had more activity were the ones that were more well-maintained, as opposed to the structures that were closer to the interstate, which were less active and in worse condition. From this, I could physically view the way a community responds to their surroundings and historic structures. Moreover, through mapping the conditions helped show owners the importance of maintenance, because without maintenance, the more the buildings would deteriorate, and more likely the sooner the empty lots will replace these historic structures. So for Project 3, at first I was really not quite sure why I chose Tour in Taxis, which is located in Brussels, Belgium. But when briefly researching the area, especially listening to the Tour in Taxis audio tour that was online, I noticed the emphasis that was put onto the material's innovative construction of metal, wood, and glass in these early 1900 structures. Furthermore, in my research, I noticed how complex the site is, with many different stakeholders involved. However, what stood out to me was the unbelievable determination of preservationists in their fight to save these historic sites from Bruxellization, the needless destruction of buildings. The buildings on the site help provide a sense of place and show the importance how buildings can help a community thrive. Thus, when looking at my progression from Project 1 and 3, I have learned and explored the importance and impact of maintaining and reusing historic materials. Moreover, maintaining and reusing materials can affect the future designs and planning for the better. For example, the new developments, there was an importance on saving energy, like in the new Herman buildings design, which was inspired by the reuse of the older buildings in the site's previous restorations. So to conclude, through the Urban Conservation Studio, the course gave me a better understanding of what preservation means. By creating this emphasis that the historic structures help form this sense of place and helps unite and connect people together, while also helping to inform future new construction and urban planning for the betterment of the community. That's it.
Thank you, Haley. Good work. All right.
Cleary, you want to start this time?
Sure.
Alternate.
I just had a quick question. Is there anything about your Project 3 that makes you kind of go back and rethink your recommendation for the brewery? I love your recommendation for the brewery to focus on attracting locals as well as tourists, but I'm like starting to see this connection between the projects, and I wonder, once you started researching Project 3, if you had any other thoughts about Project 1. Sorry, are we allowed to ask questions?
No, that's a great question. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could have. I guess I haven't really thought about that, but
I think that's what's really interesting about these last projects that you guys had to do, you know, offline, out of class. It's the ability to get you to think about these as a precedent and a case study, and how you can apply what you see in these projects to smaller projects in different locations. There are these common threads that you can start to pick up on. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about that and how you connect it back to your projects. I also just wanted to say, wow, congratulations on 131 buildings being surveyed in Project 2, because that is great work. And I think I think it's just really impressive in the amount of time that you had. And I think your graphics are very clear. One thing I would recommend, because you mentioned it verbally, the connection between the buildings that were in more blighted condition being located near the interstate, I think always showing the context of your work is really graphically important, especially if you verbally make the point to say this connection is very visible. But otherwise, I think it's a really interesting survey, and I'd love to see the next steps of what incentives there might be for rehabilitation and reuse of these buildings.
Yeah, I second, a lot of the things that Clary said. I just wanted to ask, there was a couple of things that just really struck a chord with me. The first one, I really wanted to commend you on the use of the timelines. I thought they were very helpful, extremely well presented, and it's probably because of your history background, but anyway, I think they were very, very useful tools. The other interesting aspect of your research was the fact, zooming in on your analysis of the first project in Jackson, where you say, it was such an area for massive tourism, where all you had was like tourist shops and et cetera, et cetera. And then your proposal aims to propose something that would be more useful to locals as well as not just for tourists. So I think, programming for local communities, I think is really key in a lot of these revitalization projects, because in many plans that we have seen in the world, the authorities or the developers, whatever, they focus on what they think the tourists would like. And then they completely forget of what the local population would want. And if there is a way of balance that, I think those are the more successful projects of urban revitalization. So you're picking and zooming in on that for the Jack's Brewery, I think is really important. And the last thing I wanted to say, another pet, thing of mine, is that you are really, really focusing on the need of maintenance and constant maintenance. It's like all preservationists, we are like repeating this till we are blue in the face, that maintenance is the best way of avoiding restoration. Of course, restoration architects will be out of work, but that I think is a really, really important element that you have, picked on. And well, it's interesting, tour and taxes. I was a little bit familiar with this site because it was a World Monuments Watch site. I've never visited, but I always thought that is such a difficult and complex site, and it's a white elephant. There's a bunch of those in the world. So coming up with a way of creating some sort of sustainable revitalization for this type of project, I think is really important, because there's a great need. And like I said, they're extremely difficult because there's so many variables and stakeholders, and it just requires such a daunting effort that I think an analysis of that would be very useful and applicable. So anyway, great work.
Thank you.
Laura?
I just had a couple comments to make also. I loved with your first projects with Washington Artillery Park and Jack's Brewery that you looked at both of those and found the theme of the past to inform the present. I think that's so important, and something that especially probably more so people outside of preservation really don't understand about the potential of our work. It's, thought about just saving the physical fabric, but that is such a key, that there is so much that we can learn from how places were actually used, the planning of the past, and that there might be so many good ideas in there that can then better inform us moving forward. So I thought that was a wonderful theme to draw out. I also commend your Lower Garden District project. The conditions assessment, conditions often ends up being just a box that is checked in cultural resource surveys. And the fact that you took the time to look harder at it and to map those conditions and then to overlay that with the ratings of the buildings was fantastic. And again, to then be able to draw a pattern and a conclusion out of it for one of the geographical things that's impacting conditions in the area so that you can actually make recommendations was just great. And then finally on the tour and taxes project, again, I liked the way that you drew out a theme and there called it a place of compromise, that there was more than one factor to take into consideration and that different things could be addressed in one successful project. So good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, and thank you for all of the comments. We're doing all right on time, but right, Essie, if you would like to queue up and get started.
Project, I was the group assigned to the zone that included beyond, so everything outside of the other zones. Given the big scope, it took a minute to really find something to focus on, but I ended up looking at similar spaces within New Orleans and how the recommendations made for Jackson Square might or might not apply to them. As Project One developed, the issue of excessive traffic became an issue people focused on, so I wanted to see if other spaces might be proposed as a reasonable alternative. I ended up doing a few studies of these squares and looking into how they fit into their environments. And I have a sampling of those here. I sort of expected this, but this did really just end up underlining that Jackson Square is unique in its physical location and proximity to other cultural heritage sites. For the second project, I worked with two other students who you'll hear from later. We focused on the zone's remaining historic fabric and each chose a house type to study. I worked with the Creole cottage, which is a somewhat less common type within the zone, but one that is still present. I conducted a few case studies on structures within the zone, including this one that focuses on Bakery Bar and its evolution and how much historic integrity it retains. I wanted my recommendation to be something that would aid in maintaining the architecture of the zone without altering the neighborhood. Something that's been difficult for me this semester has been becoming comfortable making recommendations. I'm not an urban planner. I have a background in history, and like Laura mentioned earlier, I don't like the idea of seeing this district as an opportunity zone, and I'm not comfortable trying to sort of push a new agenda within it and make it into something new. My preservation recommendation is modeled on the Preservation Resource Center's revival grants and aims to give homeowners financial assistance with the maintenance of historic homes. And my topic for Project 3 was the Riverwalk in San Antonio. I tried to look at how the Riverwalk fit into the development of San Antonio's position as a tourist destination and its cultural identity. I wanted to emphasize the role that nostalgia played in what has and hasn't been preserved in San Antonio and what the consistent architecture influences have been within the development of the city's built environment. Question.
Thank you, Essie. Norma, what do you think?
Okay, so I have just a couple of things. One, I thought it was really interesting just to pick up on your first project on the analysis of the Jackson parks, that you chose to study comparables, to study different parks and see how they fare in order to I guess to learn about Jackson Square. So I think that transferring the larger context and looking at your project within a much larger context, I thought that was very positive and hopefully useful to you, to draw lessons from that. So I thought that was great. Also was really interested about your selection of the Creole cottage and its historic integrity. I mean, this is something I wanted also to mention about the project, the presentation before. In the existing conditions, we focused on existing conditions like physical conditions in terms of, if they're in good conservation stages or not. But then also this historic integrity and changes to the morphology or the architecture of the elements is also sort of would be a very, an interesting line of inquiry. But more interesting to me was the fact that you're kind of focusing on retaining the owners through the revival grants. So that, again, going back to that, idea of creating programming that retains, that serves the current populations. And then in your proposal to retain the current owners through revival grants, again, those are kind of like elements that I think we're going to probably see more in the other presentations, that there are elements that kind of are sort of like a vaccine against gentrification, if you will. Obviously not one element is going to prevent that, but you need all of this in your toolbox to actually, plan against that threat. And then your Riverwalk San Antonio, I read it and I enjoyed it very much. I really, I thought it was an excellent, documentation. I learned about Hubman. I had no idea. So I felt like I learned a lot from your poster. I enjoyed the graphic presentation. And again, the timeline was like right on. So anyway, that's what I have.
Essie, would you mind going back to your first slide, please?
Yes.
Or just your second slide, the analysis that you had. I just wanted to say, I think looking at analysis on this urban scale, you said you're not a planner, but this is exactly what planners do. So you've done it. So congratulations on that. This is a great analysis. And oftentimes we think we know something about a space that we're in, or maybe we get so familiar with it that we don't think about why it is we feel a certain way in it. And I think your analysis is really sharp because it tells us exactly what these elements are that are impacting how we experience a space. So I think, there are many other elements that you could also look at, but I definitely think that hitting on the uses and the scale is a really great way of starting this urban analysis. So I love this approach. Can you go to the next slide, please? I really love Creole cottages, and I'm very excited that you decided to study this typology as well, because it's just such an interesting architectural form. And I think your focus on this history and development of this building and the typology and the architectural style is really informative. And you as a historian are using your skills to analyze and synthesize. And that's a great way to inform recommendations. So I think you have the basis for becoming a person who is an expert and can inform recommendations, and also using the precedents of the existing incentives and programs to see how they're working for what your eventual goal would be for a property or a building, so that you are using your analysis to make these recommendations. I think that's very good. Lastly, I love that you chose the San Antonio Riverwalk. This is just such an example of the history of preservation and development in the United States, in my opinion. It is a project that just goes on and changes and evolves. And I think your poster has really shown the multiple aspects of what happens in an urban scale preservation and development project like this. So congratulations for hitting so many different aspects of this project. Great job.
Laura?
Yes, Essie, great job. sort of reiterating some of the things that Clary said. Your Jackson Square project I thought was just great. I got really excited when you showed the slide how you had chosen to compare the other squares, and I was taking that all in. And I felt like you hesitated from telling us exactly what you had learned and making those recommendations, like you said. So I would likewise encourage you that you are doing great. And I would, love to hear more of your insights. So make sure that you say what you found and have confidence in that, because that is really good work. And likewise with the Lower Garden District. And then I was just curious on the Riverwalk, sort of like what Clary was asking Haley about the last project, going back and forming thoughts. I was, and you don't have to answer this, but I was wondering if any of your analysis of all of the history of development of the Riverwalk, it made you think more about squares, very different completely from disconnected spaces, but think about the way in which you were analyzing them, and then maybe even potentials for other spaces in New Orleans with our own river as you kind of draw all those dots together.
Yeah,
that was it. More comments than anything. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just hard because, I mean, I didn't get to see exactly how this functions on the day-to-day. And I feel like the first project was so, like, we went to the square a bunch of times, both as a class and on my own, to kind of observe and see how things were really functioning. So I guess it's hard to make that comparison with something I just studied. But I guess I maybe would recommend more use of the river space in New Orleans. We sort of have that with the moonwalk, but it does seem like it's sort of a, I don't know, I went into the Riverwalk not thinking I was gonna like it, and I did end up liking it more than I thought I would. So maybe I would recommend something similar in New Orleans.
I would like to add just one thing, really kind of on behalf of Emma O'Keefe, who couldn't present this morning. And Emma, like Essay and others who worked on Jackson Square, really got on to the significance of Jackson Square as a place. The historic significance is the starting point for all of Louisiana that went all the way to the borders of Canada, and is today still the unchanged, unmoved heart, symbolic, physical, and otherwise, of Louisiana. Never was moved to another location. It's where Bienville stood and said, the city's going to be here. So Emma went on to even match the criteria of a World Heritage listing with the significance of Jackson Square. So Essay, in your analysis of other squares, and you're going to hear of some other squares beyond even New Orleans that have been compared to Jackson Square later on, you're on the right track by comparative analysis. But don't overlook the all-important question of significance and meaning of these places, and put that out there forward that we can uniquely do as preservationists.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to add, I think one of the things I try to say the most in studio is have an opinion and have it based in your research and your analysis and your determinations in fact. And I know that Essie started off saying she didn't feel comfortable having an opinion or proposing things, but she always had a really strong opinion. And one of the things that she did was, as part of the group with Emma and two of the other students doing zone 4 for the first project, it's kind of a nebulous zone, right? It's beyond, and beyond is something that we did not define because we wanted the students to define it for themselves based off of what they concluded to be the most significant aspects to focus on. And while that was going on, the amount of work that Essie put in to to coming to a conclusion. And I think that those context square analyses maps was part of this. Just I'm not really sure what aspect I want to focus on, but I'm going to do work and I'm going to gain knowledge and I'm going to, break these things down in analyses. And I think that it's really strong. And I think it's, it's kind of like you kind of knew what was going on subconsciously. You just had to get there yourself and be able to like form it. So I think your opinions are very strongly based in your research and your analyses. And I hope that after the semester you do feel more comfortable giving them. So that was it. Okay, thank you so much. And we're going to move on to Caitlin now.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of talk about Emma's part, I guess, since we were working together, if that helps explain things a little bit better. Okay, is it showing? Okay, so kind of picking up where Essie led off, our group was looking at the beyond for Jackson Square. And so I decided to compare it to other World Heritage listing sites. And we decided to come up with a proposal to propose Jackson Square as a World Heritage Site. So I was taking a look at Antigua, Guatemala and checking out the criterion and some of just the remarks that people made that.
I'm sorry, could you maximize your screen so it's really hard to see? You could just make it a little bit bigger, that would be great.
I have it maximized on my computer.
No, but if you hide the column on the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
I think you shared the app and not your screen, so we're not seeing a full screen view.
If you just go to the Acrobat view full screen for the PDF you're showing, it should correct that.
Okay, that's what I'm in. So
yeah, so I would just stop your share and then reshare. Like instead of clicking Acrobat, click share your full screen. Nice.
Very nice. Thank you.
Okay. Go back. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
All right.
So we wanted to compare other World Heritage sites to Jackson Square to see if Jackson Square would be eligible for a listing. So we just compared some of the criterion and remarks that people made that had visited. And I don't have the slide that Emma made that was talking about some of the remarks about Jackson Square, but one of the things that we noticed is that it was a lot of complaints, and usually some of the remarks that people were making about some of these other World Heritage sites were how wonderful and peaceful they were, and a lot of people were complaining about the drunks and stuff. So we decided that was sort of a major issue for Jackson Square, and we wanted to come up with a proposal to sort of clean it up and make it more of a peaceful spot. So some things that we thought that Jackson Square would benefit from as being a part of a World Heritage list is encourage other countries to sign the World Heritage Convention and ensure the protection of their natural and cultural heritage. It would provide emergency assistance for we would be able to get emergency assistance from World Heritage Sites if Jackson Square was ever in immediate danger. We think it would help encourage participation of the local population in the preservation of Jackson Square. And it would also encourage international and cooperation for the conservation of Jackson Square. So I was just sort of comparing these, and we decided that Jackson Square did fall into several criteria under the World Heritage listings. The next part of the semester, we focused on sort of this area in the Lower Garden District. I decided to look at sort of the void spaces and the empty lots that were around this area. And from what I could see, there's a lot of parking lots and there were only a handful of vacant lots. And I wanted to look into why these lots were vacant and see if there were some appropriate uses for these open spaces. So one spot I thought it would make a really great like community garden or like market area, because there's not that there's nothing like that over in that area. And I thought it would be like a really great flexible multi-use space. The next lot, this is an example of an unfinished project, and I thought that if they were able to complete the project and put another residential building there, it would help complete the streetscape. This was a lot over behind Planet Fitness, I believe. And I thought that this would be a really great multi-use space that could not only be used by the gym, but be used by other people as a recreational and athleisure type area. And then this is another space that I thought would make a great residential infill area. And then moving on to the last part of my project where I was analyzing Hoi An. I thought it was really interesting to look at a place that was really significant in the past, and now it just solely sort of relies on its heritage as maintaining its significance. They ended up getting a lot of funding to do sort of cultural research and heritage and preservation from the Japanese cultural diplomacy. They had a townscape preservation project that was funded, and it helped them to preserve the rest of the town. And it makes it a really great spot for people to come through and visit and get to know more about Asian cultural heritage. Hoi An is known for it's like wooden construction, and they find that their method of preservation is just using these traditional building methods to preserve the building instead of replacing it with new construction materials or methods of construction. And it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
So what were your takeaways from the course in general about working with these three different scales?
I thought it was really interesting to think about larger spaces, because whenever you think about preservation, you're thinking about just like these small projects, just one building. But I thought it was really interesting to look at sort of the infrastructure of a city and how like an area works, how other buildings affect each other in the area.
Okay, comments from the jury, please.
If we could start, alphabetical order, I don't mind going first. It's just, I don't know. The reason why I asked you to enlarge it was when you show the Antigua Guatemala square, it immediately, caught my attention because I've been there many, many times. In fact, I was mugged at gunpoint in Antigua, Guatemala one time
Oh,
while I was on mission. So anyway, your comment about how peaceful and safe it is, it's like, yeah, we take it with a slightly, you know, with a grain of salt, having been there. But yes, it's a quite a beautiful area, and people go there and have their coffee and hang out, especially early in the morning, because the rest of the day, and especially on weekends, gets overwhelmed by tourism. Antigua, Guatemala is one of the cities that it's just, you know, it has displaced a lot of the residents, even though they have tried to keep some of the young people and the schools and so on and so forth. But still, it's a very tense situation between the overwhelming tourism and people coming that have second homes there, as opposed to being primary inhabitants. So anyway, I would caution that. And then the other thing that came to mind was when you were mentioning the possibility of getting UNESCO or World Heritage assistance. I wasn't sure what you meant by that, like in terms of technical assistance or funding assistance. I wasn't sure. But I'm kind of doubtful, like the UNESCO listing, and this is something just in general, it's probably my pet peeve as well, that UNESCO is really implied, you know, having a status, an inscription in the UNESCO World Heritage List is mainly a responsibility. It's really a contract between the state party and UNESCO. But I would not, you know, put too much stock on having UNESCO actually have beneficial impact on preservation, especially the way, you know, we preservationists think about it. You know, yes, it's a fantastic seal of approval, and it generates a lot of tourism, and a lot of authorities use that as a marketing tool. But I would not rely on UNESCO actually helping preserve, you know, in the way that we would like it, you know, something to be preserved. I would rely more on the local authorities and the local participation rather than that intranational or intra-state organization. But I did like very much, you know, your proposal, all of the vacant lots that you identified and proposed and made proposals for in the garden district. You know, all of their proposals were, you know, very much in keeping with this idea of keeping the place, keeping the local residents and so on, through the choice of programming and new interventions. And the last thing I wanted to say also, I picked up from your Hoi An Vietnam analysis, was that the preservation of traditional building methods is in some cases as important or more important than preserving the actual object. And we see that in a lot of, you know, let's say Japanese conservation, where the temples are kind of rebuilt. So you're not preserving the actual historic wood, because wood and many other materials decay, but you're preserving by rebuilding and using the traditional constructions, that intangible heritage, which I think is extremely important. So there's many different views of what is valuable to preserve depending on different cultures and places in the world. So I think that's what I picked up from your Hoi An analysis. So anyway, those are my comments.
I'd like to just make a kind of broad comment about your presentation and the content that you're presenting. And I might have missed some earlier presentations. But I think with your recommendations for the World Heritage Site, it's important to tell your audience why the World Heritage Site, and you mentioned the criteria for that, but then you didn't tell us what they were. So I think when you're making an argument for something, you have to be really specific about why and what criteria it meets, and kind of be pretty emphatic that this is important. So I didn't really feel that you had made a clear argument for why this should be a World Heritage Site in your presentation. And the second thing I wanted to just comment on is this idea that you picked up on of the sort of peaceful relaxing area. And I'm not so sure that's necessarily appropriate. And I'm wondering if the use of history and going back and looking at what Jackson Square was, right? It was a military training ground. It has been the center of urban life in the French Quarter. It's right by the river where there was constant bustling activity and shipping and people. You know, is it supposed to be a peaceful place? And what does the history tell you about its character? And I think that would be really important for you to have as part of your synthesis of this particular analysis. With the voids analysis, I thought that was a really important project selection. Excuse me. Voids in this fabric of a neighborhood. It's so important. Green space is very important, but also this sort of idea that you picked up on as you're walking down the street, and it's the missing teeth of the neighborhood and in the streetscape in a way. Again, I would encourage looking at the history of what was on these lots, looking at what the neighborhood history was. You probably did that and you just didn't show it. And I think that's really important to show. And then I would recommend a little more rigor in your programming of the sites. What does the community need? Are there reports and plans out there already? I think it's really fun to program sites. It's a little more complicated and challenging to address a community's needs, especially in a short period of time like you have in a studio. But I would just recommend kind of thinking a little bit broadly about what the needs might be too for your recommendations. And lastly, I just wanted to say I really learned a lot from your poster. So thank you for that. I thought you did a very thorough job of explaining all the different pieces of this World Heritage Site. So good work on that poster.
Thank you.
I just had a couple other comments. When I looked at your, I don't know if it was the second or third slide, showing Jackson Square and Antigua side by side, I was really struck by just the relationships of the built spaces. And I thought, oh, how neat to look at those side by side like that. But then I immediately thought, if your recommendation to make a change in how it's used or to impact the way it's used or impact the preservation is World Heritage Site listing, aside from all the other concerns that were raised, I immediately thought, well, what are all of the other factors that are going on around these spaces, aside from just looking at them spatially? What is the population of the city? What is the annual tourism of the city? And it could go on and on. So I would have loved to have seen, you know, some statistics, a quick graphic doing some other comparison of some of the factors that would be impacting these spaces. I also loved your approach to looking at voids, looking at what's not there as well as what's there, and would have been interested in knowing what was there before. Relating back to that, the past informs the present. And then just regarding your final presentation on Hoi An, I'm seeing a pattern here where it looks like all of you were picking for your final projects things that sort of picked up on an interest or something you worked on in an earlier project. So yours connecting the World Heritage Sites. And I think that's really neat to see how you were able to do that further research with a final project. So thank you.
Thank y'all so much. Oh.
Thank you very much for that. You may be seeing here, the jury, some sort of cross-teaching with our international practice course, where we're very into comparative method in such a course. So I'm very happy to see that so many students have bravely picked projects abroad, near and far, to learn from. And all along, I've been urging them to please dig deep. There's so much information about all these places that could be found on the usual sources, the web, but then way more by somehow getting through to local authorities, because they're all listed sites nationally, locally, nationally, internationally. So the students should be plowing through that information for all it's worth. And I think you all have done a good job. The real task with these posters is to tell a hugely complicated story in just one sort of tear sheet, if you will, profile. So, but you hit on all the right points with this, and it's nice to see how you're bringing in knowledge and methodologies from other courses. All right, good work, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Next we have Cece, whenever you're ready.
Share my screen. Can everyone see it?
Mhm.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sierra Callwood. I'm a Bachelor of the Science and Architecture student. I'm a junior, and I'm going to be presenting on what we've done in our urban conservation studio this spring. So here I'm starting with a map that shows the growth of New Orleans. I just thought it was a sort of nice graphic to contextualize what we're really doing in this class and what is being preserved, what's being protected. Most of our study areas, Jackson Square and the Lower Garden District, are in the darkest blue parts of this map, which mean they are the oldest. And I just thought this was a really nice graphic to do that. I feel like as an architecture student, before taking this class, I don't think I had any clue what was actually going on in the preservation side of the school. We sort of get the history more piecemeal, and through this class, I got a more holistic view of the history of New Orleans. So we'll go ahead. So this first slide was made by my lovely classmate, Whitney, for our first project in Jackson Square. We were in zone 3, which are the highlighted blocks. They encompass Wilkinson, Decatur, Royal, and Madison streets, but nothing that's in the immediate context of Jackson Square, like the Cabildo or the Presbyterian. But what I contributed to the slide is the foot traffic heat map, and that was sort of based on observations done like over time in the square of where people gathered, what were the heaviest used streets, and sort of when we as a group were analyzing our section, honestly, when I was walking around, I actually, before we did this, didn't have any clue. I thought we were going to build something here, which obviously doesn't really make any sense now. But while we were walking, a lot of our streets, Wilkinson is already it's a commercial street and it's already sort of well preserved. The buildings look nice and clean and new. Royal and Pirates Alley, which are closer to what became our micro study area, are very much so heavily trafficked and already occupied by businesses and mixed use residential. And then as you move sort of to the left towards Madison Street, that's where it started to get quiet. It's sort of that strange feeling of when you're on a busy street and then you suddenly turn off and you're on a street with almost no people. It's pretty strange. But what we observed there was that on Pirates Alley and in Père Antoine Alley, both were sort of in a continuing state of disrepair, but for completely different reasons. As you all probably know, there's a delicate balance between the benefits of tourism and the damages it can cause. And on Pirates Alley, there was a lot of trash. The area just looked very worn down. There's a bar. I can go to the next slide. There's a bar on the corner, there's a bookstore. The Pirates Alley side is used as a thoroughfare between Jackson Square and Royal Street. So it gets a lot of traffic, but on the Père Antoine side, the difference is a lot more stark. There's almost no one there. It's mostly buildings for the Archdiocese. And actually when we were on the street, someone came out and was spooked that we were there. And it's also in disrepair. It seems because there's no patronage there. And so that's where the plan to sort of open up Père Antoine, St. Anthony's Garden came from, to sort of spread the load and even out the traffic between the two sides so that one side could get sort of more attention in terms of needing to be upkept, and one side we could sort of just even out that foot traffic so that it's not being so worn down. And so these two slides just show day, night, and historical comparisons for these two alleyways. And the day photos are kind of misleading because they were taken on like a cloudy day where there weren't a lot of people in general, but generally there's a stark difference between the two. And it also follows the general zoning pattern of the French Quarter to zone commercial more towards Canal and residential more towards the Marigny and other residential areas. But my partner Zach will talk about that, I'm sure, in his presentation. And then moving on to our project in the Lower Garden District, I was working with Imani on this project. And we were looking at demographics. So these maps show density from 1960 all the way to 2010. There's a general decline from 1960 into the early 2000s, and that sort of changes between 2000 and 2010. As we know, there's a major event here in New Orleans, Katrina, that brought in a lot of expats and people migrating into the city. And the Lower Garden District has a sort of history where the expressway built through it sort of caused a lot of migration of locals into other suburban areas. So for a while it was in decline, and that's sort of switched around 2010. And that was important to us because we were sort of looking at the impact of long-term occupation as opposed to like short-term rentals, which are becoming really popular in New Orleans, like Airbnbs. And so here I have a slide where I was comparing the impacts of the established neighborhood associations in different areas around the city that were impacted by the building of the expressway. And the main areas were the Vieux Carré, aka the French Quarter, the Lower Garden District, which was our specific study area, and Treme, which is another area of the city that was impacted by the building of I-10. And they almost all sort of have 40 years between when their neighborhood associations were established, and the impact that sort of preemptive or post production sort of interference on the part of residents had on whether the expressways were built is staggered as such. And the French Quarter, where they had their neighborhood association established early, the expressway didn't get built. In the Lower Garden District, they were too late to stop the Crescent City connection, which connects the West Bank and the New Orleans East. But they did stop a ramp that would have further degraded the area. And in Treme, they were super late, and they didn't establish a neighborhood association until 2006 in response to Katrina. And that lack of momentum led to the death of Main Street on Claiborne underneath that, and a lot of issues subsequently for the area. And finally, let me go ahead and say also that our solution for this area was rent control. My partner Imani will talk more about the specifics of that, but basically just trying to keep locals in the area as a means of encouraging stewardship. The longer someone lives there, when people have stock and ownership in a place, they're more likely to keep it up. And then my last project was on Ladeira de Misericórdia in Brazil. And it was on the project Lina Bobardi did in the historic center of Salvador da Bahia, Brazil, which is a place which is interesting because it was the first capital of Brazil. And today it maintains an almost 80% 80% of the population is of African descent. And the area I chose in particular was chosen by Bardi as a sort of hotspot, a catalyst. There were already 4 derelict buildings there that needed repairing, and they made plans for a restaurant and a vacant lot next to it. And I really think, I mean, what I got out of this project is sort of how you can have a preservation project can be successful technically. So they actually built and preserved the buildings and built the restaurant, but without support from the local government, that sort of changed its course after everything was said and done. The project is not really in use. I actually went there last summer and I took a picture right above these buildings, and I did not at all know that they were down there.
Great, thanks. Yeah, no, we should definitely move to comments I wasn't sure if you completely wrapped up where you wanted to be.
Yeah, I'm wrapped up.
Great.
I mean, I would like to start with your last project since I'm very familiar with it. If that's okay. I was at the Ladera de Misericordia was also our studio site for the Yale Advanced Studio this semester. So I was there a couple of months ago, and it's so interesting that you have zoomed into the key of the failure of Lina Bobardi's and the Les pilot project, because as you said, the Ladera de Misericordia was selected because it was sort of representative of all the different problems that were happening in Salvador de Bahia at that time. And her project was very sensitive. They recommended the creation of a combination of everything. It was like a restaurant, some commercial activities, and also residential, housing. But she was adamant about not displacing the original residents of that area. That was really key of her project. And she was able to develop that as well as several other projects that were also meant to be pilot projects. But that was really interesting, and an interesting way of proposing. And she was reacting to what she really felt was necessary in Salvador, but also because she had the support at that time of the then mayor and municipal government of Salvador. The second the government changed, and this is also like the beginning of the military dictatorship also, she, her view was not relevant, and they completely switched gears. And that's why, her project was never really used very much, as was intended. And you're completely right. You could do all the right moves, have the right program, the right architectural intervention, but if you don't have the political will, these interventions could fail. So that's very clear example. And now our students, we're trying to come up with, Lina Bobardi's phase 2 and see how they could actually bring back some of her vision, in the current, political situation. But one thing about your other 2 projects, Jackson, you said, one phrase you used, that it was like nice, clean, and new. And that kind of made me, raised a little bit of a red flag for me, because nice, clean, and new, I mean, sometimes, a successful historic district might not be nice, clean, and new. It could be dirty and gritty and messy and so on, but still, if it's full of life, as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty successful. I mean, so not everything has to be nice, clean, and new. This element of patina, I think, in an object, in a monument, and in a historic district, is also, a sort of symbol of character. And as long as it's being, used and has life, I think you don't need to, to do anything about it. And the last comment I had was about in the Garden District, when you did that poster about the impact of the Riverfront Expressway. I just wanted to point out, that in that case, advocacy made a huge difference, and probably saved the Riverfront district from that. I mean, we saw similar advocacy examples, like, with Grand Central Terminal in New York City, Soho Historic District, and innumerable, in our professional life at the War Monuments Fund, we saw how a lot of advocacy efforts, usually, local, aided by either national or international efforts, made a huge difference. So I couldn't say enough about the value of local advocacy in this, in preservation. So thank you for bringing that up.
I'd like to go back to your French Quarter analysis. I love the foot traffic heat map. That is such a great way of looking at activity and use. I think inherently you know why those alleys are quieter and not used, but we didn't really hear about your analysis of that. And I think some of the photos that you showed tell the architectural story, right? You have a wall of buildings on the left and a lower scaled fence and open space on the right, and pedestrian scale activities, right? And then when you go to Père Antoine, you have two really big walls. And so the scale and the feeling is totally different there. I think it would be really interesting also to, again, look at the history of activity on those spaces and think about how that has evolved with the development of tourism in the early 20th century in the French Quarter. And lastly, you're an architect. So I think doing some further urban analysis, thinking about how Kevin Lynch or Walter Benjamin looked at urban space and experience of that would be a great way to sort of inspire what your recommendations might be for these outdoor spaces. So I think that could be a really fun way of determining what your recommendation would be. For the Lower Garden District project, I think your analysis of occupation and residency is so important, and it really tells a very good story. Graphic storytelling like this is really an important skill for you to have, and your maps say a lot. The issues of long-term occupation versus short-term rental, it's everywhere right now, and especially now that we're having to stay home, I think it raises another very important question for the density of cities, and again, focusing on locals and what locals in the community need. I love your assessment of the impact of neighborhood organizations on these large-scale urban infrastructure projects. I'm going to push you to investigate a little more what the story of the Treme Neighborhood Organization is back in 1968. I think the stories there are just not as well known as they probably should be. And I think there was a lot of neighborhood advocacy, but that part of the story doesn't get told. So I think you've hit upon something really important that needs to be delved into. So good work.
Thank you.
I'll just add a couple really brief comments because I second everything that was said. Back on your very first map, excellent presentation, by the way. So much information packed in. The growth map of New Orleans, I thought was wonderful. And I'm saying this from the perspective of using a lot of maps like this. I would, in a first year seminar that I teach on the architecture of place and New Orleans, and trying to help students who, many of them not from New Orleans, who have just come here, and like you said, you didn't really get a grasp of the city until this course, get a real grasp on the development of the city and understand how architectural knowledge can locate you geographically. I tell them, if you really understand the timeline of styles and you were picked up and just dropped somewhere blindfolded in the city, you should be able to figure out approximately where you are. And this map just does such a great visual job of telling that story really quickly. I'd love to get a copy of it to use in my first year class. And again, there are other maps also so effective. This is obviously something that you do really well with telling these stories visually, and your density maps, the use of the density maps I thought were also wonderful, because there are so many discussions about the movement of people that I often find frustrating because they don't present the information that you did, which supports the discussion and really clarifies exactly what was going on. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And
I'd
thank you,
like
Sierra.
to add one small thing, please. Salute CC for reaching out to professionals elsewhere in the world on her example of Salvador de Bahia in Brazil. And I'm here to testify that Norma Barbacci and CC had 2 or 3 Zoom conversations about their respective knowledge of the place. And it's great to see this kind of distance learning involving colleagues from around the world. Now, this we do a lot in heritage protection practice because a lot of these sites have been studied before and they're experts elsewhere to consult. And it's almost always done with great collegiality. So thank you both for working together, Norma, and that helped lead Norma to being on our jury at this point in time. I'm very happy to see our wonderful Dean Inaki Alde, who's able to join us. Not sure when you were able to join us, Inaki, but thank you so much for your time. We know you're extremely busy. And I said earlier, you're such a friend of the program, and we're happy to share some of our learning experiences with you at this point.
Thank you for having me.
Great, okay. Thank you so much, Sierra. And our next student is Marielle.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Okay. So let me bring this up. Can everybody see my screen? View, slideshow. Okay. Does that look good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so my name is, oh, sorry, this is gonna play. Give me 1 second. View, enter full screen. Okay, perfect. So I'm Marielle Upsegrove. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, and my undergrad is in art studio, specifically photography from the University of Vermont. So for project 1, I decided to focus on historic landscaping within Jackson Square. I was assigned zone 1, which we focused on the actual square itself and the surrounding historic buildings of the Pontalba buildings, the Cabildo Cathedral, and the Presbytere. For my portion, I was interested in the historic landscaping as preservation landscape architecture is something that is an interest of mine. So in 1851, New Orleans sponsored a special committee to redesign the square based on Louis Pillet's ideas. Trees, gardens, and grasses were planted, and the statue of Andrew Jackson that is famously erected was placed there in 1855. I especially loved researching this project as I had access to the city planner's personal ledgers from 1851 and 1852 stored at the New Orleans Public Library, which listed literally every individual planting that they purchased, in addition to the marble that they purchased to place the 4 statues within the square that represent the 4 different seasons. On my own, I went in and I did a survey of the square to ID all of the current plantings that can be seen and saw that the ones that have been selected for our square today are unfortunately mostly non-native and non-historic. It was selected due to ease of care and also specifically many organizations within New Orleans have decided to donate plants so that they can have sort of their little plaques erected within the area. I additionally also did a condition survey of the square to show the organic landscape was not being maintained to the high standard that an important US historic square should be upheld to. So as you can see, there are many patches where the grass is no longer growing. The one in the bottom left hand square is just 10 feet away. This bare patch is just 10 feet away from the Jackson statue itself. The plantings are being attacked by bugs and birds. So I have a vision for the square, and through all of this research that I did and IDing, I got kind of a little bit of energy worked up behind it. So my vision for the possibilities, I would love to engage the New Orleans Botanical Garden and local horticulture groups to select native species of plants of New Orleans and the southeastern portion of the United States, and combine them with historic plantings from the ledger that we can decipher. Another piece of my group's work was we were thinking of ways that the residents of New Orleans and the French Quarter itself would be able to better engage with Jackson Square, which has become so synonymous with tourism. So my suggestion is to offer individuals, families, local businesses, and organizations to be able to sponsor a tree or a garden bed to support its care and upkeep, to kindle pride in the square instead of them having this sense of just wanting to run through and avoid the tourist crowds and street performers. As earlier was mentioned, for Project 2 in the Lower Garden District, I worked with Haley. I feel she nailed our work on the head. As she said, we did a very thorough survey of the 131 structures in the area, doing a conditions assessment of each one. And we also created our HDLC ratings map based on the already established HDLC ratings. And then the two maps we essentially overlaid and created this combination to develop our opportunity properties. We selected 4 specific properties that we felt were especially good investments for potential developers or those that wanted to move into the area. One that I appreciate especially was at 1145 Magazine, historic home that was built before 1885 that has since been wrapped in metal and combined with newer structures and is now functioning as sort of a car repair location. Our suggestion would be that if this ever came up for sale, this would be an ideal location to make it into an indoor market or sort of high-end food court, as you could say. You could compare that to the Rock Market over on St. Claude. And it would create a great gathering space for the neighborhood that is already up and coming. For Project 3, I selected Plaza Vieja in Havana, Cuba. Plaza Vieja was the start of a major preservation project in Old Havana after Old Havana was named a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1982, with the unprecedented political move to make the office of the city historian autonomous from the communist-run government. The OHCH was able to revitalize Old Havana into a beautiful historic tourist destination through the promotion of community involvement and the understanding that informed population is a fundamental piece of a functioning city. Through this urban conservation studio course, I felt it was really eye-opening and introduced me to preservation on a large scale. I feel it really helped me to better appreciate how our field affects community, economics, and even especially social welfare. So thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. I mean, I'll start. Why not? So anyway, it immediately became clear that your background was in photography. You know,
Okay.
beautiful photographs and you know, very interesting use of, you know, photography to describe history, to describe conditions and all of that. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I also found, you know, I'm just gonna pick at a few items, like when you were talking about why some of the plantings were put in Jackson Square, and you were saying, well, because some people donated it and they wanted to have their plaques there. And I thought that was quite an interesting comment, how, you know, sort of like donor-driven interventions could go or run against what is the most appropriate intervention. So I just wanted to point at something that you have mentioned, and that is actually happens and could happen in interventions of you know, historic revitalization or urban conservation So that, and then the other one is that I wanted to point out about the importance that you mentioned, the importance of bringing a multidisciplinary group of people, like the horticulturists and so on, and the different stakeholders that actually know what they're talking about, as well as the community, you know, and identifying firsthand what their needs are for the park. So I think all those three things were kind of like good lessons that I got from your presentation of Jackson Square. One thing I was curious to maybe you could elaborate on a little bit it was in your second presentation about the property selection of the 131 or 132 buildings that you surveyed, which the maps and the plans are absolutely fantastic. But, you know, one thing that maybe you might want to make really clear was the criteria for the selection of those 3 or 4 properties that you chose, because you said these are the conditions, it's in poor condition, and obviously, yes, visually seems like that would be a good place to start, but maybe, you know, establish a set of criteria, or at least present to us that we didn't know. What was the criteria for selection, you know, and what would make those projects be like good models or examples for a pilot project that could then be applied in the other one. So criteria selection and clearly sort of expression of that would be interesting. And then the last one, you know, Havana Vieja. I know Havana Vieja pretty well. I've been going there for over 25 years, and you're absolutely right. Like they all, you know, Plaza Vieja was such an iconic and sort of a trigger for the rehabilitation of old Havana, and how the Office of the Historian and Eusebio Leal in particular, but with his whole team, they have done a tremendous you know, work in Havana during the special period, starting, you know, in the early 90s and all of that. But they have become sort of like an example for other urban revitalization projects. Unfortunately, that model cannot be replicated exactly in other places because, you know, circumstances, you know, he was able to get complete control, you know, of everything until a couple of years ago. He was managing everything from planning, training, and preservation. All the tourism activities were managed in Old Havana, you know, and the income was also, you know, revolving and managed. But I think the lesson here, even though it cannot be replicated exactly in other places, is that preservation as an engine for economic revitalization is crucial. And Havana and Cuba in general, you know, have learned that, and they're putting that to good use. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to see Victor Marin. He's a really, really old friend.
He's very cool. I've been emailing with him back and forth. And
he's like my closest friend in Cuba. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's great. Yeah.
Okay, could you go back to your first project, please?
Sure.
Great. This is a perfect slide. I just really think the investigation of the landscape here is a great topic. The work that you put into researching the historic beautification project and what could happen today, I think is a great effort and a really interesting perspective on Jackson Square that I don't think many people often think about the plantings in places like this. So I think that's really interesting. I think you also have an opportunity to think about this research thematically. This slide, the first word you said was beautification project. And that's exactly where so many preservation projects happened historically, with beautification, right? And it's evolved into what you are proposing, which is a sustainability project. So thinking thematically, this would be a really great research project on how these landscape and cultural landscape and parks projects have evolved from beautification to sort of a return to native plantings and sustainability and thinking about long-term resilience in our park spaces. So I think you've really hit upon a great topic here, and I really appreciate the work that you put into this research. Secondly, with the Lower Garden District project, following up on Norma's comment about your criteria, I think a really important question to ask, if you could go to your building analysis, this one, yes. So
Okay.
when you, I think this is really great. What were your criteria for choosing it? And then you're putting together sort of this assessment of its economic viability, of what the maybe existing land use regulations, review processes, all of these sorts of pieces of information that your client will need to know. So when you're doing something like this, be sure and think about, who is your client? Is your client a real estate agent? Is it a developer? Is it a private owner? And I think if you do that, then you'll be able to really make sure you're very thorough with the information you're providing. I think this is a great analysis. I'm really happy. I loved that you guys did this huge survey of all the buildings, as I mentioned earlier, and I was really impressed with that process. And I think that this next step of getting down to the scale of the building is a great way to wrap that project up. Lastly, I just wanted to say, I think you show a real good understanding the broad and multidisciplinary aspects of working in the built environment. You've got the landscape history and sustainability. You're looking at economic development and real estate. And with your Plaza Vieja, you're looking at the social impacts. And I think that sort of special consideration of the social history of this place is a really important aspect of that project that I'm glad to see that you incorporated.
Thank you.
Inaki, any observations?
Yes, thank you. Especially about the first part and also the Plaza Vieja in Havana. Maybe you go to that first slide of the beautification.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting to me because I'm coming from the Spanish perspective. So the plaza, la plaza is the model of the Plaza Mayor that comes from the Spanish urbanism and the reinterpretation in Latin America, basically, in which in Spain it was the first public space where the church was not present ever. Even in Salamanca, one of the main examples, there's a church and the building passes by, leaving a 3 meters, 10 feet thickness just to hide the church. But in Latin America, no, the civil and the religious comes together in the version of the Plaza Mayor. And as you know, the Plaza Mayor is the space out. It starts out of the walls of the walled city for the market, but also for the medieval tournaments, for putting fire to the witches, for bullfights and other fights. Is that civic space that is formalized with facades in the next iterations when the extensions of the city grow and begin to embrace those empty spaces originally out of the wall. In some places it become markets. For instance, the market of La Boqueria is in the outdoor, in the Boqueria door of the walls of Barcelona. Well, all that to say that this space evolves, and it would be nice to see your lecture, your overlapping reading of this space with the historic evolution of the type and the architecture. And then when this beautification happens, that is in the 19th century, that is where the last model of the Plaza Mayor is called the Isabelina. Plaza Mayor is the last version, and it happens typically in Spain in the spaces that are taken from the church, that the government takes from the church properties. Is the last breath of the Plaza Mayor, and that Plaza Mayor happens that gets a park inside, and some of the older plazas are beautified, like this one. Even plazas from the 16th, 16th century, 17th century. So it's so in the moment that this landscaping, as you say, beautification happens, and the park happens in the 19th century, then in the 20th century the parks disappear for the most part. But here in New Orleans, the park stays. And it would be interesting probably to put this in a kind of larger timeline context. And what is the role of the vegetation and the park in the character of the public space? Because that's what this ultimately is. It's a public space that happens to have vegetation for, I don't know, a century or two. In this case, almost 2 or 1.5 centuries, and how society has changed, why vegetation appears in these plazas. And basically the simple explanation is because there's a new architectural development of types. So the markets begin to have their own building, bullfights begin to have their own building arena, and there are no more witches being burned, thankfully. But the 19th century is the development of the types, of the architectural types, and the public space that is what holds everything suddenly loses that intensity, and then the gardening appears. And in the 20th century, the public space asks again for more density and more mixed uses. And then these parks tend to disappear because there are other strategies of parks already going on as well. No? So when you are thinking in how you will make an intervention here now, and in terms of vegetation, you may also want to have a kind of critical, historical critical approach to what is the role of this. Why is this a remnants that is obsolete? What is the social value of this, and what is vegetation, and then ecologies in this case, because this is a strange Plaza Mayor, because it has no 4 facades, it has only 3. The other is the river, but it's not the river, it's the levee and a mess that is in between.
Right.
So, really interesting to look at this, and I would just encourage you to put that in a larger context in terms of historic and type evolution and social uses and ecological thinking of today's in these spaces. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to throw in response to what Dean Iñaki was saying, just throw into your list of plazas to study to this point of vegetation versus non-vegetation and their function and so on, is the Zócalo in Mexico City. It's probably the largest plaza, enclosed on all 4 sides, probably in Latin America. But it used to be a planted square, and now it's completely paved, and it has become sort of like the political, focus of Mexico in general. So anyway, add that to your research list of.
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Oh, is it Laura?
Laura?
All right. I had just a couple comments. I also appreciate that you took the look at the landscaping in Jackson Square. And I would add in that the piece that I felt like was missing comes perfectly from the slide you're showing right now. And that is that in your historic images, you're showing how people are using the space here. And I didn't feel like I got to see that in the present. Some of the work that was shown from the studio in general of the heat mapping would be an excellent thing to look at in Jackson Square. How are people using it currently? How are people moving through it? And might your recommendations for plantings have any impact in that? So I would love to look at the integration of the use and movement of people within the space as well. Studies of the day and night usage, again, as was done with the other projects.
Mm-hmm.
And on your Lower Garden District project, I want to congratulate you also, not give Haley all the credit for that. So reiterate that that was a great look at overlaying the conditions and the ratings and mapping all of it. And I was really glad to see how you zeroed in on specific properties. My one comment was, you mentioned the proposed use of the market or restaurant. And I'm always suspicious when I hear a suggestion of just one use. In the economics class, we went through the feasibility study exercise and how you would run through all of the uses. So even, I know you have a limited time frame here and can't discuss everything, but I would have been interested to hear just a bit more about how you came to that, what could have been ruled out. I did see on the slide that it said zoning, but I didn't see other indicators. So that would be a great thing to include. How are you coming to this one recommendation, and is there not anything else possibly?
Okay.
So that was all. Great job, Mariel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Marielle. And up next, we have Emmy.
As Emmy transitions in, I would like to also say on Emma O'Keefe's behalf, she did this dynamite study of zoning in the Lower Garden District that we've all seen and can share with you later on. So it's also nice to see Andrew Brooks's influence on the class and the students talking in terms of real estate values.
I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of an issue with the share screen.
That's all right. Here we go.
Is that working?
We see the whole slide. Yes, there you go.
Okay, great.
You could go to full screen. Good.
There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Emmy Morita. I have my undergraduate degree from Washington University in St. Louis in urban studies, and I'm in the Masters of Preservation Studies program here at Tulane. So for project one, I was assigned to Zone 1, Jackson Square, with Carrie and Marielle. In summary, our team combined findings from historic research and contemporary investigations to develop a proposal for a preservation forward reprogramming of the space. Ultimately, our goal became to promote culturally focused public amenities in the square. I contributed research which helped to inform our proposal and ground it in a historic dialogue, as well as imagery and diagrams to aid us in organizing and communicating our ideas. Relying on historic maps and descriptions, as well as in-person and online research, the work I've summarized here includes understanding changes in use, profiling the Pentalba buildings, looking into today's terminology and perceptions, visualizing a sound study Carrie conducted, and mapping areas of opportunity. What particularly interested me during this project and informed my contributions were notions of how space is framed through both hard and soft barriers, and how these do or do not promote interaction or certain types of use. The typology of the public square and how they are preserved according to location, as well as the inquiry of who public space is for and who it caters to, helped to shape my viewpoint. Here I've included a table I created through discussion with my group members in order to conceptually organize and communicate our process. Below, a selection of images depict a mix of historic and contemporary views of the square. Some of the big picture guiding and further questions of this project for me were, how can the meaning of a shared space be preserved over time, and when or who has the authority to make fundamental alterations? What is the difference between historical cultural changes that shift use, quote, organically versus managed or designed changes? How do you ground arguments for intervention in significant spaces in their history and maintain a common thread throughout extraordinarily different circumstances over time? And moving on to project 2. So I worked with Jacob and Essie to conduct a typological survey in the project zone in the Lower Garden District that built upon an earlier survey. I chose to focus on American townhouses, which are the second most common historic type within the project boundaries. The initial process consisted of identifying characteristics of American townhouses, photographing those remaining in the project zone, noting conditions and uses, and comparing findings to prior survey data. I also conducted background research into the development of the area through historic maps and sandboards. Through my findings, I explored the historic concentrations of townhouses in the project zone and periods of loss, primary uses of the type, both historical and current, and the frequency with which properties are being restored or renovated today. Case studies of individual buildings allowed me to further investigate relationships between style, typology, and use, as well as more specific changes over time. Additional inquiries led me to investigate some of the newer architecture in the project zone that appears to be aesthetically inspired by local townhouses, but that doesn't actually adhere to the typological characteristics. 1301 Constant Street is a massive project currently under construction that borrows silhouettes from American townhouse type, but is functionally very different and is indicative of significant incoming shifts in the identity of the neighborhood. I felt that this survey and my research formed a clear argument for the continued preservation of the remaining historic townhouses, which I addressed in a proposal for a maintenance loan program with the intent of empowering property owners in the incremental caretaking of these iconic structures. For me, studio projects often lead to more questions than answers, or they allow me to ask better, more targeted questions. While I had many following this project, a few of them were, for any given architectural typology, what is its ability to respond to periods of decline or changing needs in a neighborhood? And is this predictable? At what point does typological transformation occur? What is the relation between type and style, and how do they interact with the notion of architectural integrity? Does and should the motivation for preserving architecture come from aiming to retain as much historic fabric as possible, or aiming to keep a property in use? Do our existing preservation systems facilitate a balance between these goals? And finally, for project 3, we were asked to answer how a site demonstrated successful urban conservation, and I chose to study Pike Place Market in Seattle, Washington. I took an approach based heavily in the Historical Commission guidelines for regulating use and design in the market, from which I identified 4 key factors that are highlighted and interpreted on the left and center of the sheet. Rather than focusing so much on the particular offerings in the market, I attempted to distill the complex system created to manage Pike into comprehensive lessons that could potentially be transferable to other sites as well. In summary, what I learned from studying Pike Place Market is that it employs a rigorous and layered approach to preservation that bolsters a strong sense of identity and utility. This tactful strategizing allows the site to interactively retell its own story, both passively and actively every day. And while this iteration is heavily driven by text, in the future, I'd like to supplement this material with more diagrammatic and graphic information. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Laura, start us off, please.
All right. Thank you. I'm excited to be the first to congratulate you on taking, starting with Jackson Square and taking what is such a complex analytical problem and distilling it into that wonderful chart of challenge, historic reference points, objectives, action. I mean, that I was able to read it while you were talking, see everything there. That was just a fantastic way to really distill what the key points are of the subject in a logical way that people can follow. That was great. For the Lower Garden District project, I think some of the questions you had about at what point does typological evolution occur, and whether our existing preservation systems are really creating a balance between how we change over time and how we preserve things in a specific place is a great question, because in preservation we accept now so much, we appreciate change over time, and yet we still have this friction trying to prescribe, so to speak, design guidelines moving forward that respect the past and inspire good new design. So I think that was a really great way to look at that end of the question, the typological evolution. And then finally, with your last project, Pike Place, again, I thought you came up with a great question, complex lessons that are transferable. I am always a big fan at looking analyzing a case and trying to draw out what we learned from it that can be applied to other projects. So I thought each of those, you drew out really good questions. If I had to offer any criticism, I guess it would be that there was so much information, so many great ideas, that maybe I would look for one concluding point, especially with the typological conclusion. And also I felt like maybe I didn't get back to a finding from the hard and soft barriers, which I thought was a great approach to this study, but really great job. So much information and wonderful way to take on really complex issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, speaking of which, Emmy really got to the heart of the matter with Pike's Place by looking at uses there. She really, including even chasing down leases and terms of leases and the marketing of these kind of festival marketplaces. That's somewhere in this wealth of information in her single sheet description of Pike's Place. And Emmy, going forward, please scroll through the relevant slides as the critics are speaking.
Sure.
Next.
Well, maybe I'll go. I thought also in your Jackson project, I mean, it was fantastic. I think you really carried out a very successful progression from the urban scale analysis down to the specific analysis. I mean, you went from large maps to, analyzing or mentioning beignets and what's it called? What was the other one? Beignets, and then fortune telling. I mean, I thought it was fascinating to go from such a large scale analysis to the very, very specific. And again, you and several other students are really emphasizing the importance of prioritizing local residents, because whatever measures that you take in terms of benefiting them, you will also benefit tourists and be of interest to tourists. And in your garden district study, wonderful study of the townhouses, but I just also wanted to see again, what was the rationale or criteria for selection? It seems like a very obvious selection, probably because of the numbers, the percentage of that typology within the area. But it would be interesting to see you, sort of state the rationale or the criteria for why. I was going to volunteer one, maybe just also understanding the percentage of owner occupied and how that and the number of the buildings in that typology would impact any potential impact of any intervention. I mean, if you have such numbers of this type of buildings, any intervention you do it as a pilot project that could have repercussions in all of them, obviously would have a larger impact in the urban revitalization. And then in your Pike Market poster, which again, also chock full of information, but I was able to read it before. So I got a lot of it out of it, learned a lot, but also I would just wanted to point out that how you zoomed in on the identity, the preservation of the identity of this historic market was so important as a preservation value, as well as pointing out the acknowledgement of those lost histories. You know, you say, yes, the Japanese American history, this has a marker or a poster, but the tribal history, for example, was not mentioned. And so it's that those very, very sensitive you know, lessons that you got from your analysis, I found very, very interesting and appropriate and sort of very apt. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you.
Excellent work, yeah.
I just have two quick comments. Broadly, your research questions are just very well defined, very clear. And what I'm missing, because I'm not as fast of a reader of a board as Laura is, obviously, is I want to hear your answers, like synthesized it. So I know they're there. So when you're presenting all of this work from the semester, it's so hard to like step back and pick out those last relevant things that you've got to make sure you hit it home with. So always be sure to, you very clearly stated your research questions, answer them for us, because that's what I'm dying to hear is, okay, I didn't get a chance to read the board, so you have to tell me. I think your critique of the new construction in the Lower Garden District is excellent and could go so much further. Design guidelines are something that I think as professionals, we are constantly grappling with. And so then we've come up with things like neighborhood conservation districts, where maybe we don't have to deal with design guidelines as much. I think your background in urban studies would be a great expertise in taking this analysis of infill construction and how it matches design guidelines, how it doesn't match design guidelines. Is it successful or not? How does the use and the architectural form and the urban form compare to the historic model that's used in design guidelines? I think this would be a great graphic analysis for you to do, and would be really important for the profession to have, because we are all struggling with design guidelines, and you've really hit upon the beginnings of a good critique here.
Great. Thank you.
Great, thank y'all so much, and thank you, Emmy, for all of your work in your presentation. Next we have Carrie.
Hi there. Sorry, trying to get my camera set up. Okay. There we go. All right. I think it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for your time. My name is Carrie Smith. I am an interior designer focused on interior architecture of spaces for about the last 25 years. And I've been a design director for about the last 10 years. Focusing really on urban projects and development and adaptive reuse projects. And my transition to the MPS program was really a kind of a formal embrace for me of a lifelong interest in historic preservation. And I think one of the things that's really started to come to me over the last few weeks in synthesizing, not just this semester, but the whole year, and looking forward into projects, is really this intersection of design and use and the concept of stewardship, especially of our historic spaces, and what that means. I was really sort of burned out on design as a whole, but through this course of study, really realized that there's an important juxtaposition of these three things, that as we move forward as a, as a culture, as a society, and especially through this sort of really strange moment that we're in right now, we have an opportunity to make some shifts about how we value things and how we move forward. So some of the commentary in these presentations is going to seem a little strange, where we talk about kind of overuse and crowding when everything is so empty right now. But I really think that the concepts are pretty universal. So the first project, as you're well aware, was Jackson Square. I was partnered with Emmy and Marielle to focus on the square itself, which is, you know, a big bite of things to chew on. My focus in partnership with them was really the preservation challenges and looking around this. And this is sort of this first pop-up of this stewardship work for me. Also with accessibility of the space, not just as we think of it as designers and architects in terms of physical accessibility, but how people use the space. And then balance of use overall, really what this space is filled with these days, and how that has potential to change. So this is obviously a truncated version of the original presentation. We looked at the idea of one of the challenges being stewardship. These spaces have long been public venues for music, for art, for gathering, for things that the city of New Orleans feels culturally important. But they've really shifted, I think, away in a lot of what we've been talking about from benefit to the local resident to benefit for the tourist. And the tourism loads, the tens of thousands in some cases on busy days of people who walk through the square, often from sort of an upriver to downriver track, instead of approaching it, as Haley mentioned, originally from the river, where you get that perspective of this square as a whole and its value, is the things that you're incorporating, or the things that you're experiencing. The fortune tellers, the vendors, the artists, all of these are important cultural things to New Orleans. But I think that they've been allowed to sort of expand in a way that actually detracts from the experience of the square. The second challenge that we talked about is physical accessibility, things like being able to access the park itself. Because of the way it's sited in the French Quarter, it has an accessible entrance only from the Decatur Street side, and there are stairs on the other side, which is part of that historic design. But is there an opportunity in re-envisioning this to actually provide a better way for, you know, people who are chair users, elderly, people with mobility issues, parents and grandparents with strollers, to actually access the square in a little bit of a different way. The third challenge that we looked at is really that balance of use. This is one of those things, we took all of these pictures on the same day, believe it or not, to see kind of where crowds are gathering. This is right in the top two photos are right in front of the historic cathedral, and the others are on in the colonnade of the neighboring buildings and the retail spaces in the Pontalba buildings along the side. So there's really this this heavy use in high areas and no use in other areas. And really, what could we do to kind of encourage a little bit more dispersal and spread of that around? So what I did was actually look at the square in general from kind of an opportunity to create different experiences. Again, not just catering to the tourists and not a kind of a focus on commercialization at all. Actually, my point of view was to look at how to make this a place that a local like myself would want to come and experience, not just walking through or bringing a friend or family member through on a tourist walk, but come down and have a drink or listen to music or look at the art, those kinds of things that make this space valuable to the city in the present day, as well as then having an appreciation for its history. So looking at some of the things, kind of creating different activation zones, kind of minimizing some of the overcrowding so that the artists and the musicians actually get the attention and the monetary support that they deserve by activating the unused alleys next to the cathedral in more quiet zone, kind of limiting some of the musician areas so that you can actually hear multiple musicians at the same time, and bringing down the overall decibel level of the square, which is, as Emmy showed, our research, we did a sound study, is really overwhelming and over the limits of the district. So moving more quickly through these, the opportunity here, one we talked about is activation, looking at different public spaces and squares around the world. One of the things that I took inspiration from is Bryant Park. in New York, which behind the New York Public Library was a very sort of underutilized and scary space in a highly urban environment. And they have been able to change that with things like a change in landscaping, different kinds of furniture, multi-day park programming experiences, and being able to kind of move people into that space and have them use it in different ways. So really thinking about expanding the footprint of the square, perhaps taking the formerly paved streets that are now slate tile and making them a change in material that actually signifies that this is more of a park than just a passageway to and from your next frozen daiquiri. Shifting gears in a really big way to the Lower Garden District. One of the things, again, and talking about this idea of design and stewardship and preservation and also use, looked at as many have said, this is a neighborhood that is very active in terms of infill. There's a lot of empty lots, things that are being torn down for other uses. I broke this down into 4 examples of architecture and use, so single family residential. The short-term rental example is actually a structure that was built to be licensed as a short-term rental, which is an interesting development, I think, in the city. Mixed-use retail and multifamily residential. 3 of the 4 are within the Historic District Landmarks Commission, which is illustrated on a slide I'm not sharing today. And the 4th, as Emmy mentioned earlier, the multifamily is actually surrounded by the district on 3 sides, but is not included, but highly impacts the city, the surrounding neighborhood in general. So I'm not going to go through the design analysis here in general, but this is part of the work that I did, was take the Historic District Landmark Commission design guidelines and look at each of these structures. This is obviously my subjective opinion. I don't sit on the design commission, but have a design background. So kind of what I saw as things that were kind of supporting or detracting from the architecture of the neighborhood, owing to the fact that you know, things need to be able to move and evolve, and contemporary architecture isn't a dirty word. So looking at that single family unusual design there, the short-term rental design analysis, this is one of those examples where sort of a lack of detailing and quality materials really detracts from the 2 historic structures that are on either side of it. There's a really opportunity to make small changes for big impact. The multifamily design analysis, a lot of people have spoken about and will speak about, so I won't go into this too much depth. But again, this is a significant full block project that really affects historic fabric on 3 sides. And because it was didn't have the foresight to be included in a design review district, there was no kind of significant opportunity to push back on the design. And instead we get something that sticks out instead of homogenizes with the neighborhood. And the most successful, I think many of us consider new infill construction in this neighborhood is this framework building, which is a mixed use building, office space above, retail and restaurant below. The sort of European style open courtyard and connection to the back is a really remarkable design choice that I think benefits the neighborhood overall. And then kind of the open question that we're left with is, how do we honor the history of this neighborhood? How do we allow for change and growth? As cities are always changing, we are in a time capsule. How do we keep the character of a neighborhood and kind of encourage that idea of caring for historic fabric through our design choices and our use? What makes a good neighborhood, and how do we reflect that through design? And then my last poster here is, I was lucky enough, thanks to John and Tony, to be given the Marais neighborhood in Paris. This is a neighborhood that I've spent a significant amount of time in. And frankly, before this project, really never sat to think about why it feels so different than the rest of Paris. It does not have that architectural feel that we think of when we think of Paris, right? That sort of homogeneous, beautiful, you know, houseman design. And really in this research led me to understand how this sort of, you know, first popular then forgotten neighborhood was really created an opportunity to protect it through legal means, which then became a prototype for other legislation and building codes and things around the world. Through my research, I came upon the work of a data researcher based in Paris named Etienne Comé. His work is on the left-hand side over there. This is basically a building survey by date of the existing buildings that remain in Paris, and then looking at the Marais itself and really seeing how so much of what he dates as pre-1800 still provides the character of the neighborhood, even as Paris, if you look down at that last map with all the green and yellow and blue, has changed so much around the perimeter, but that core really remains the same. And then also understanding how, because this had become a neighborhood that was, after the royals moved out to Versailles, had become a neighborhood of immigrants, and sort of shops as opposed to, or workshops as opposed to higher class things, that it was really forgotten and it was left to the bottom of the list when it came to Haussmann's replanning. And that when André Malraux, our moody Frenchman at the top up there, was named the cultural minister, really looked at this as an opportunity to protect an existing historic district through preservation of the built fabric first, but then encouraging protections for use and for tenants' rights, and things that really hadn't been put into law before this. And then, you know, debatable how we feel about what's happened to the Marais. It's obviously gone from being a rather damaged district to being a very sort of posh district. The populations have moved in and out of that over time, and they will continue to. But it really has allowed the neighborhood to change while still protecting the buildings that are there, and really inspiring sort of that, again, that combination of use and preservation and design, and in this case, sort of the cultural idea that France holds of stewardship of its heritage. I really think that we have a lot to learn from countries like France about how we value our built environment in the concept of all of those things together. So thank you, that's it.
Terrific.
I love silence. It always makes me nervous, sorry.
Don't be alarmed. I'm just trying to find my unmute button. You would think I would know where it is by now. I will start with this because I think your poster is beautiful.
Thank you.
I think you have a good understanding of how to use graphics to tell a story. And so I really enjoyed looking at this poster and reading it and learning about this area of Paris. Can you go back to the very beginning, please? I think you've chosen the most challenging questions for this Jackson Square area. And it's so hard to, I want to say, I don't feel like you have to have the final answer to this. This is a really challenging problem. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Of course.
Not to cut in, but they literally had less than a month for project one.
Oh, exactly. So next one, please. The analysis, I think, is the one that I wanted to look at.
This guy or the next one?
Next one, yeah, this one. Leave it to me to always look at the graphics. So, yep, the previous one with the map.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, opportunity master plan. I really appreciate how much work you've put into trying to identify all the pieces that make this very complex area. And I may have missed it. I think zooming out a little bit too on your analysis and looking at the context, the one thing that I keep thinking about, and I've noticed this when I've been there and walking around too, is why pedestrians, take certain lanes, activate certain places. And then there's Decatur Street, right? Which is the massive traffic that we all have to cross and really tends to direct pedestrian traffic. So I just wanted to say I appreciate your efforts on this. I think it's really complex. And I'm not entirely comfortable with Bryant Park as a precedent for this. Okay. I think it's great that you looked at it because it is such a success story. But I'm wondering if looking at more formal spaces would be a better way to analyze the use of this. The cool thing that we all love about Bryant Park is the novel idea of picking up your own furniture and sitting wherever you want to. I'm not sure with the sort of formal landscape design of Jackson Square and the kind of limited spaces that you have around it, if that's going to work or not. And again, I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah, neither do I.
I'm throwing out some thoughts, but I really appreciate your analysis for that. It's a really complex question. And the only other thing I wanted to say is, so you took a stab at what I was just talking about with Emmy's project about doing the analysis of new construction. And I think that's a really great step. Taking it a step further, thinking about what are the limitations on property owners and developers who are doing this, thinking about cost.
Yeah.
I used to be the preservation planner here, and having to review these infill projects, it gets really hard. I want to recommend the best windows for everyone, and nobody can afford them. So thinking about cost and materials is something that as designers, we're going to have to advocate for better materials, better elements, and for them to be affordable.
Yes.
So, but otherwise, I think your analysis here is really insightful, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you might do with it next.
Thank you. I think that all of your points are super well taken. And because we're working in basically, these big projects in a flow of 13 people, some of these places we really bumped into subjects that other people were kind of covering or very passionate about. So, as a whole, I think some of these issues get addressed by other folks, which is great. Your comment about better materials and better design choices, and this will make Laura laugh because I'm struggling with this on a paper for her class, but I'm thinking about this being the root of my thesis work, which is this idea of how we approach kind of stewardship of this and all of those decisions that we need to make in terms of investing in first costs versus life cycle costs on historic properties, whether that's infill in a historic neighborhood or changes to historic structures. So that's something that I've been thinking, it's incredibly hard to research, I'll tell you that right now. But I guess there's a hole to fill. So that's, thank you for picking up on that. I think that's, it's pretty important stuff. And I think an opportunity to not necessarily apply restrictions, but encourage people to do better.
Okay, maybe I'll go next. Again, congratulations on your graphic presentation. It's extremely clear, beautiful. But I also agree that you raised very, very important questions regarding stewardship and how that could serve to balance use and accessibility and so on. But the questions I see are like basically who owns a public space? How do you balance that use? How do you set up noise controls? Do you leave this an occupancy of a public space to free market forces or some opportunistic occupancy versus trying to create a more curated process? That is not easy, especially in our society. It might be easy in Havana, where somebody has control over everything, but not in the U.S., where individualism sort of like takes precedence to the public good in certain ways. So how do you do this? Do you do it through design, through legislation, through a combination of different measures? But you raise very, very important questions, and they're certainly not easy answers, but it makes for a very, very good challenge. And I hope you continue researching that. And then regarding your garden district, you talk a lot about design guidelines, but and I agree with what Cleary said. But also, I take your comment about contemporary architecture is good. So contemporary architecture is your friend, let's say. Completely agree, and I think that's so much better to have the interventions be of his period, of his time, versus using false historic interventions or fascism and that kind of stuff. I completely agree. And in a way, again, raising another question, are written and design guidelines sufficient, to make sure that you have a good product for these infills. I think it's all about really the quality. I mean, you could have a very modern intervention that is of high quality and is very contributing and fitting and so on and so forth, but maybe that doesn't quite get translated from very strict architectural guidelines. Maybe a combination of public hearings, like in New York City, obviously we have the Landmark Commission, so everything has to, or major interventions, especially if it's new construction in a historic district, has to be approved by a Landmark Commission, but then also allows for a public hearing, so public participation in that was considered appropriate or not. Maybe a combination of those, and then finally about your Marae project, again, beautiful poster. And what I took out of that was that you really zoomed in on this visionary legislation. André Malraux is one of my heroes, and I think he really had this visionary view. And then the Malraux law was also, like you pointed out in your poster, was an inspiration for our historic preservation laws. So in a way, he kind of zoomed in on the idea that the urban connective tissue, the historic connective tissue, was as important as the monuments.
Right.
And he really came up with something that allowed for the preservation of that. In a way, Malraux versus Houseman, I draw the parallel between Jane Jacobs versus Robert Moses.
Right.
So we always have these two forces, and I think reaching a balance of those is key. So anyway, congratulations. You have really beautiful work.
Thank you.
Oh, I agree. I also love the way that you formulated your presentation of these different projects under the single umbrella of your interests and the questions that you are asking. And I wanted to congratulate you also on the work to distill the questions of stewardship, accessibility, balance, and use that obviously you and Emmy and Mariel were working on together. I want to concentrate on your design analysis, which I thought was fantastic. Again, getting back to the challenges of design guidelines. I think what you demonstrated with your slides are how useful it can be to look at an image of what is accessible and what is not, and pick it apart and point it out. And that can be so educational. I will say that when I do design guidelines, I always use the "this is good" images from that district, and the "this is bad" from somewhere else and anonymous. But so I think this is a really great technique, but what I see in yours is something that could really go beyond to be an educational tool for commissioners, because one of the challenges that we have with design guidelines is not just writing the design guidelines is hard enough to articulate exactly what it is that could make for that defines good new design within a district. But the real problem is the interpretation of those by people that, especially outside of our larger cities, very often have no design background whatsoever.
Right.
They just have their personal opinions, and trying to get them to understand why new design is good, but what aspects of it, the proportion, the materials, the fenestration pattern, make it a good contribution to the district is very difficult. And I could see you putting together, expanding this to make a great educational tool for commissioners.
That's great. Thank you, Laura.
So those were my thoughts. And Claire, it made my heart flutter when you mentioned cost and materials. As Carrie said, something we've been talking a lot about.
Yeah, it's certainly something I've lived with my entire design career, right? It's the balance of trying to put forward a vision and a use and create an experience for people, whether that's in a single family home or a hotel or a public space, but how to do that and be responsible to the budget, right? That's the reality of the economics. And it'll be interesting to see what happens if our economy is downshifting, to use a kind word, significantly what that means. That perhaps it will slow down the sort of wholesale destruction of historic properties because there's not as much of a market to gut and flip. But I think those economic forces, you can't ignore them. That's the makes the world go round. So it's all wonderful feedback. Thank you all.
Carrie, as we shift over to the next, could you go back to your last slide one time? And then I salute you for all of your work this semester, like I do all of you all, of course. But this is really a tour de force study you've made of the Marais. It's so clear, instructive about something that is of huge significance. I'm interested in the transmission of ideas and preservation around the world. And this is really a lovely thing to do in the light of our look at New Orleans, because there's a kind of symmetry here of Malraux's vision for the Marais and New Orleans's vision for the French Quarter. As we all know, the first commission for the French Quarter really dates to 1924, an owners group, and then it really got to be made state law in 37. And then there are other examples that Malraux no doubt knew about in the world, especially coming out of Italy, that may have inspired and encouraged him to do what he did so brilliantly and beyond in the Marais. So this really a lovely and useful analysis, and credit to you, Carrie, for chasing down the original law in French.
It was hard to find. Yes, thanks to Google Translate, because my high school French wasn't good enough. But
extremely important analysis through a special lens of great force that shapes preservation, of course, which is the invisible long arm of the law.
Right.
And bravo to you for tackling this and making it so clear to all of us. We should have a copy of this poster and pin it over our desk, all of us, for the rest of our careers.
You're very kind. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome.
We're a little bit behind, but let's charge forward. I thank you all for hanging in so patiently.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I was going to say thank you so much, Carrie.
Thank you.
And next we have Zach, who is a fourth-year architecture student who joined our studio, and very similar, I think, in the project too. So it's a good. I liked having them next to each other in the presentations for that reason. Thanks, Zach.
I'm Zach. Like Tony said, I'm a fourth-year architecture student here. I'm not going to go too into detail on my first project, mainly because you've already heard about it twice. But I'm going to kind of go over my thought process through it and what I personally contributed to it. So overall, like we kind of like looked at our overall site and how it kind of reflected around Jackson Square. And one thing we noticed is Jackson Square gets all this attention as this park, and then here's this beautiful little park, kind of tucked away inside, behind a church and next to the Archdiocese, a bar and bookshop. And it never gets any visitors. Like the only visitor it gets are people who do the landscaping and the one person who parks their car there. And so I think that's what we really tried to focus on, is kind of trying to bring out this hidden gem in the French Quarter. So one thing we noticed early on was the zoning really caused there to be two different parts of the French Quarter. The southwest part was generally more tourist centric due to the zoning laws there. You can get like a tourist centric shop open with very little trouble. On the northeast side, however, if you want to open a very tourist centric shop, you're gonna have to jump through a lot of hoops to get a permit to be approved for that. And as such, you'll see a lot more foot traffic on the southwest side. And right in the middle of these two areas is St. Anthony's Garden. And you can even see this difference just on one side of St. Anthony's Garden to the other side. Père Antoine Alley is very slow, gets only a few visitors, mostly people from the Archdiocese or people just passing through. Pirates Alley, on the other hand, has established businesses that have been there for decades and will frequently see a lot of foot traffic. And this kind of helped us to kind of focus in on this area in the French Quarter. Our overall proposal for this was to open up St. Anthony's Garden to the public. It would still be controlled and run by the Archdiocese, and some profit sharing would have to occur. Basically, we would put museum plaques and have this almost of an outdoor museum feel to it, where you could learn about, most notably, the Native American history behind this area. This was mostly Whitney's part here, but her former professor talked a lot about the Native American culture in Louisiana, and in fact, one time did a dig here and brought up multiple Native American artifacts. So focusing on the history, both known and unknown, was a big part of our proposal here. Some of our stakeholder benefits is the city of New Orleans and the Archdiocese would be two big winners, we thought. For the city of New Orleans, it would spread the load of foot traffic and bring a new destination in the French Quarter. And for the Archdiocese, it would create a new revenue stream. How they would want to collect this revenue would be up to them, whether it be a donation box or an entrance fee or whatever. For tourists, you would get another attraction. Artists would now have more space to hang up paintings and perform, as more areas of the French Quarter would be used for walking. And then for locals, it would be more of a local landmark like it kind of used to be before Hurricane Katrina knocked down some of their larger trees and reduced its overall footprint. And it would not be a very expensive project. It would be about $800 for plaques, and then it would, you basically need 3 to 4 people to maintain the park, including security. And basically, we thought by doing this, it would be a very low cost, low risk, high reward design solution to St. Anthony's Garden. And it wouldn't require much retrofitting. The park was redone in 2013 and is in overall pretty good shape. It just needs some more landscaping. And as such, we thought this was a kind of a no-brainer for us. My second project was looking at the Lower Garden District and specifically the HDLC overview and construction guidelines. I kind of started off just looking at the construction guidelines, but then as I went further into my study of this area, I kind of noticed that our study area, as you can see in the left, highlighted in the red, does not really match up with the rest of the Lower Garden District in terms of its overall feel. It feels a lot more industrial. It's smaller scale than the buildings, than the area to the west of it. And it is an overall mix of classic New Orleans architecture and this warehouse industrial style architecture from the 50s and 60s that came right after the Pontchartrain Expressway was built. So my first step was to propose a new district, and it encompasses 8 blocks within our site, excluding 2 blocks where there is a large storage warehouse and a new market rate mixed use commercial mixed use residential building. And I first started to look at the Lower Garden District overview and then decided to create my own for the quote unquote expressway industrial historic district. Everything in red here is new, and basically the big part of this district is the expressway. It's what drove this area to be different than the rest of the Lower Garden District. oftentimes in other cities too, you'll see when an expressway goes up, it is followed by more industrial buildings being built right up around it. And most of these buildings generally fall in the 1950s and 60s, and as such would fall under the HDLC's purview. And then I also looked at, for my new guidelines, I looked at some of the modern construction renovations within the study area. Most notably on the lower right is the framework, which was built only last year actually. And it kind of merges this like modern, sleek, but simple feel with the warehouse industrial kind of style that is represented around it. And it does so in a way that's not very dominating. It actually split up the site into two different masses so that it would fit in with the rest of it. And it overall provides a great benefit to the community with both the spaces within it and the architecture itself. I also looked at 3 different precedents. All 3 were developed by Felicity Property Company, and 2 were designed by Studio WTA, Tony's studio. The Julian I thought was very successful, both because of a very simple material palette, as well as its very clever solution to fit more people into the building without actually expanding its footprint by having a split level section to add an extra floor of rooms without actually adding to the height. Precedent 2 was another Studio WTA Felicity Property Company building, which kind of pulled and shifted the masses in order to achieve a high density, but with a very small footprint. So it pulls back the middle mass to create a courtyard, and it pulls back the 3rd story in order to, so you can only see 2 stories from the street. And then we already talked about precedent 3, the framework. This one was by Bell Architecture. And it uses brick in a very similar way to the other buildings around the area. Of course, it goes with a more painted modern look, but it does so in a very tasteful way that doesn't really impose its style on the rest of the neighborhood. I also sought out to redesign new construction guidelines, specifically with our site in mind. And I did about 4 pages of the new construction guidelines. And there are some things I focused on, such as stepping back that 3rd story, like I talked about in the 2nd precedent. Making sure that your setback is appropriate with those surrounding you. Making sure you step back certain stories to adjust to your neighbor's overall mass and to not be imposing on your neighbor, even if zoning allows for it. And then to use similar materials, but not just similar materials, but use them in a similar way. So if you're using brick, that doesn't mean you're going to vertically lay your brick if the precedents around you are horizontal. Using these materials in a very similar way to what is used around them will overall contribute to the overall character, because a vertical laid brick does not have the same feel as a horizontal laid brick, and that's true across all materials. Finally, going into project 3, I chose Pioneer Square Skid Row Historic District in Seattle. It's a very interesting district, and I've grown up going there my whole life. It's sandwiched in between downtown Seattle and what's called South Downtown, but is really more warehouses and sports stadiums. And it's kind of in this in-between area where it's not quite downtown, but it is a much densely populated, mostly office building, and small business neighborhood. And it's called Pioneer Square because it was the first place to be settled within Seattle in 1852. It was chosen because it was the only flat spot of land with access to Elliott Bay. as you can see from the site section here, Seattle gets progressively steeper as you get farther away from the ocean here. And Pioneer Square at the time was the only flat patch of land. Very little buildings actually remain from this time period, though, because in 1899, there was the Great Seattle Fire, and it burned just about everything to the ground. And while this was devastating for Seattle, it also provided a very unique opportunity, and one that has kind of driven its preservation to today. The building codes were all updated to prevent another fire from happening again. Building materials had to be brick and iron, or some other sort of stone that was fireproof, or at least somewhat fireproof. And as such, most of those buildings still stand today. And they were actually, for the most part, designed all by one architect, Elmer Fisher. And it creates a very unique neighborhood that is very hard to replicate anywhere else, in the sense that all these buildings were built within 5 years of each other, designed by mostly the same architect in the same Richardsonian Romanesque style. And as 20th century rolled along, you start to see Pioneer Square get developed more. The Smith Tower was built, which at the time was the largest skyscraper west of the Mississippi. And you saw more businesses flock to Pioneer Square. But then when World War II came around, everyone kind of moved north. And Pioneer Square was deserted, and it became a place for brothels, bars, drunks, and the homeless. And it 30 for people to start realizing after that this place still had value. And that the man who really started that movement was Ralph Anderson. He's known in Seattle for kind of pioneering the Northwestern architecture style, as well as being Jim Olsen of Olsen Kundig's mentor. And he moved his office into Pioneer Square and started renovating buildings with the help of a University of Washington professor named Victor Steinbrook, who inventoried and sketched just about every single building in the historic district. In fact, his collection is still in UW today. It's really cool. And from them, they in the 1960s, those two men really started the movement that led to, in 1970, Pioneer Square becoming a National Historic District. It was later expanded to include more of the landmarks like the Smith Tower that it didn't originally include. At the center of Pioneer Square is a totem pole. It's pretty hard to miss. It has since kind of receded back into the trees, but when it was first planted there, it was, as you can see from the picture second to the right, it was very prominent. It was the centerpiece of Pioneer Square. It was actually stolen from an Alaskan fishing village in 1899 and was built in 1790. But then in 1938, it was burned down and had to be recarved. And they actually commissioned the same family who had carved the first one. 200 years later, they carved a second one with the same relatives of the original carver. And there's been a bit of controversy over it in recent years, just because it represents a Native American community that is not native to Washington. It's native to Alaska. In fact, totem poles have very little relevance to the Native Americans of Washington state. And as such, there's actually currently a review going on about whether or not that totem pole should stay up. There were a few areas of growth I saw for Pioneer Square.
Zach, I'm sorry. I absolutely hate cutting anyone off, but if you could wrap it up.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, basically there are 4 areas of growth I saw, which is a need to curb the homeless rate, which could be done by building shelters in vacant office spaces within Pioneer Square. To increase occupancy rates, and I believe the best way to do this is to get some of the tech transplants to come in. It would help also to immerse them in Seattle culture. I think it needs to tie. I think Pioneer Square needs to make more of an effort to tie back into Puget Sound a bit more, because even though it's only a block away, you would hardly notice it unless you were to walk that way. And then it needs to increase foot traffic down peak times. Right now, it really relies on sports to get a lot of business in there, as people will walk through Pioneer Square to get to games. But there are also a lot of art galleries there that could hold group events, and for the most part do not. And it's a very artistic community full of architecture offices, art galleries, and art studios. And this community could kind of come together and create more foot traffic and more business for each other. Thank you.
That was really thorough. You basically presented the whole of everything you studied this semester. Thank you. That's a good example of how thorough this can be. Quick, well, responses. This is interesting set of examples.
I'll start. I just want to say, I know that the first project is a group project, so don't take this just if it's a critique specifically aimed at you. I understand it's group work. I do want to say great work on the analysis of the zoning. That is so important for those uses in that area and how it affects your heat map of traffic and the studies of that. I'd be curious to know if, I know that nobody in the Vieux Carré ever advocates for more tourism, but you know, this is like raising density in commercial areas, right? So I'd be curious to know about the advocacy for and against certain types of zoning in the French Quarter. And, you know, if this area then gets a little bit of rethinking about what it is and why it is that way, and how focusing on that could benefit other areas of the neighborhood. So that would be, I think, something interesting to add into your presentation. Also, the stakeholder benefits and cost analysis for your proposal. I think it's really great that you guys looked at that. I think something that you said stuck with me, that it's a low cost, low risk project. I think the benefit of that is that this is a good beginning to further interpretation of this park, which needs to happen. And plaques are maybe a very safe bet for a lot of the public. And it's always, it seems to me like plaques are a good start with thinking about how to tell a story and how to interpret things. It'd be really interesting to see a proposal for something with more impact. You're a designer. How do designers interpret history? I think that would be really intriguing to see, even if it's risky and even if it's high cost. You know, you can't know the full impacts of those things until you put it on paper. And I just wanted to say, just lastly, you're the expert here, so really be emphatic with your presentation and what you're proposing. And I would get rid of the phrase no brainer from your presentation because it's not selling it. And then my last comment is I really appreciate your work on the Expressway Industrial Historic District and looking at the guidelines. I think it's so interesting that you noted that the I think you said the majority of structures are from the 50s and 60s. Did I hear you correctly in that?
No, what I said was what makes this place unique is there's a mix of a lot of structures from the 50s and 60s mixed with a lot of structures from like the late 1800s.
Okay, I would recommend looking at that mixture when you do your guidelines. You know, in those particular cases, then maybe some vertical brick might be appropriate. So it's an era of architecture that we're finding is more and more, you know, valuable to people. And maybe it's not high style architecture in this location, but I think be sure to investigate that and what that is and what its impact could be on your design guidelines.
If you want, I could go next. That's okay with Laura. So I just, again, I'm just gonna highlight some of the lessons or sort of, teaching moments I found in your presentation. I really thought that you're trying to focus on the St. Anthony's Garden as a way of diffusing or spreading over the visitation in Jackson Square. I thought that was extremely interesting. And again, I could draw many different parallels in the world where some over visited monuments, the approach is to actually create interest in other areas. So the visitors that go to places like Machu Picchu, for example, in Peru, would then go to other places like Choquequirao, which is another citadel, Inca citadel in the area, and so on. So I think that type of creating interest in other areas that visitors could draw visitors from Jackson Square to go there. But that is very, the analysis has to be very, very careful, because you want to provide sort of an interest or a destination for the people that go to Jackson Square. In your case, you were saying to draw from some history. I thought that was very, very clever, because it's a type of history that you might not get in Jackson Square. So to create a destination that is different and unique. So that's the issue, because the visitors to New Orleans obviously are going to go to Jackson Square. You're not going to make them go to St. Anthony's Garden instead of, but it's, providing an added interest. I thought that was appropriate in a way. That, and then your cost analysis. Those are like two very interesting subjects of study. Preservation economics is a big deal. And even though we have more and more information about that, I think it's always never enough to have this type of cost benefit analysis in our intervention introductions. I agree with Cleary. I think calling it a no-brainer, that's no good. And also your selection or your choice of doing plaques, maybe that's not the solution. Maybe it's one out of a toolkit of this different solutions. That might be sort of like the low-hanging fruit, but it would be good to maybe examine others and then see which ones are better or more efficient, whatever. So anyway, but I think it was a really good beginning of an analysis, of cost analysis. And then in terms of your the garden district, I thought really separated, creating a specific district for an area that is really different than the other one. I thought that was really smart, because that way your guidelines, your approach, you have different problems, and therefore you can create different solutions. So I thought that was really smart. You kind of like, hit it in the nail in the head or whatever, hammer the nail, because that's one way of providing more efficient solutions for a different set of problems, and they're more specific and so on. And then your Pioneer Square poster, it just made me kind of reminisce about how disasters or crises usually start shaping our urban environment in many, many different cases. And this is sort of reminiscent of places like the gingerbread in Haiti, Port-au-Prince, the gingerbread houses sort of stopped being built in 1925 because also there was a fire. So they prohibited the use of wood, and the whole architecture and the morphology of the city changed because of that. In this case, it probably changed for the better. It provided opportunities for more integrated design. But in other case, and yeah, usually you hope that this disaster actually create some better opportunities and learn lessons. So anyway, I was pondering on that. And then to finish up, your totem pole story, I think is very interesting because it just brings questions about cultural identity, cultural appropriation, what is appropriate, in terms of monuments and their meaning. I mean, this is a whole debate that we've had, recently, and kind of we forgot a little bit about it, but all the monuments, Confederate monuments, and what they mean to some people and they mean to other people. So I think you kind of touched a little bit the tip of the iceberg, or of a much, much larger conversation about, monuments and their meaning to certain people, and how you balance that and be respectful of that. So anyway, thank you for your presentation. It was really, really informative and thorough for sure.
Great, thank you.
I'll just second a lot of what's been said, which is that I appreciated hearing the discussion of the zoning. It's often the invisible layer that is impacting the built environment as we analyze it. And I definitely really appreciate seeing a cost analysis. It's so good to think of how we're going to communicate our ideas to people, and to see a simple breakdown of the benefits and to which groups, and a cost analysis was excellent. Your new construction guidelines, I also appreciate that you perceived this as a distinct area that perhaps should be considered separately. And I thought that your design guidelines definitely worked well, following in tandem with Carrie's presentation, and that your graphics were very helpful, just as her photographic analysis was really useful to explain sort of the do's and don'ts, what is effective and what is not effective, showing the setbacks, showing the impact of light, and what you do and don't do is always a great addition to design guidelines. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. We are going to move on to Amani now. So we're going to do a little skip in the agenda. Also, we're obviously a little bit behind schedule. We have about a half an hour left of presentations between the remaining students. If anyone has any issues with that, please just let us know. We really appreciate your time, and we would love you to be here for all of the projects, especially because we're so close to the end. But if that's not possible, we completely understand, and we just thank you.
Tony, can
Yes.
I ask for a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes. Okay, yes, we'll do a 5-minute break right now then. I'm not going to deny you that.
Okay.
Break for 5 minutes max. Thank you.
We will be here. Thank you. Imani, if you were trying to make that full screen, I can still see your surround.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to make it full screen.
I think Nick had said previously, try maybe unshare and then reshare your screen. That might help. This time.
Stop share. Did it work or is it still?
No, it's still showing. If you did you share your computer screen or did you share your PDF? That might
Share my PDF. Should I share my computer screen?
try to do the full screen. I think that was for some reason that worked last time.
Okay, share. I have to bring it up. Okay.
Got it. That was it. Thank you. And oh, we got everybody back. Perfect timing.
Okay.
Okay, if everyone's ready to go, we have Amani next.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. So before I begin presenting each project separately, I'd like to take this time to inform you all of the focus which influenced each project. So my focus has always been on the demographics, how the local residents is impacted by tourist-driven destinations, and how to combat and or bring to light the issues. So in project 1, I looked at how the current dynamic of the French market caters to the tourist. For example, t-shirt shops, gift shops, and how the French market lacks diversity of its vendors. So in my study area was the building which housed Café du Monde, right here. But I believe in extending my scope to include all of what is considered the French market. With understanding the French Quarter and the French market as being tourist driven and seems to be tourist planned, I wanted to research a model which both catered to the tourist as well as the resident. And so Mayor Cantrell believed Pike Place Market was that model, bringing revenue to the city as well as New Orleans culture in this area would come back to life. So I wanted to replay on the history of the French market. It was very diverse in its vendors, and also, it was very diverse in its vendors from its cultural background as well as what they sold. So recreating that, I decided to add a food hall and a fresh market because there's no grocery store on this side of the French Quarter for the residents. Still having the retail shops, so it brings revenue for the tourists as well as the resident. And to take away the foot traffic from Bourbon Street and bring it back to Decatur, offering maybe like live demonstrations at the food hall and also music in that area. And so going on to project 2, a look into the changing demographics due to the current role of short-term rentals and proposing a solution in the Lower Garden District. So the reason for me looking into short-term rentals is while I was assessing the area, I saw behavior which wasn't that of a resident. So I questioned if this was a short-term rental, and if so, how many short-term rentals were within our study area. And from there, I began to notice the lack of amenities in the area for the residents. So here showcases our study area and how there are roughly 14 short-term rentals, both commercial and accessory. But it's not an accurate number due to New Orleans cyber attack. And so they say short-term rentals impact neighborhoods both negatively by housing access as well as affordability. And so when proposing a solution, I looked into rent stabilization, ensuring the short-term rentals are run by neighbors and not investors. I'm also in creating a neighborhood with amenities for residents. So I have a little picture collage of what amenities could be for the residents. So a community garden, public art that drives conversation, restaurants, a grocery store, maybe a laundromat, and to play off Whitney's, adding traffic light in the area, as well as history shows that this area had a lot of musicians and artists. So maybe having a retail store that offers live demonstrations of artist work as well as live music. And as well create a community center. And so for project 3, I really enjoyed project 3. And for those who don't know, the High Line on the Lower Manhattan West Side was an old raised rail line that was headed for demolition and was transformed into an attractive asset. There's a conversation of how the High Line is a success, but quickly wanted to understand why it was a victim to its success. So the High Line was born as a passion project, influencing cities around the world to create a park in the sky, as well as a symbol of Manhattan's rising inequality and transitioning neighborhoods. So the approach from this project, by creating balance between the advantages and the disadvantages of the High Line, I wanted to play on looking through the lens of different industries as well as people who pushed forward, as well as those who did not really care for the High Line or how it negatively impacted them. And so the title I will give for my progression and development across the semester is Preservation's Role in Changing Demographics. What I've taken away from this semester is how respectful design thinking should come into play when tackling preservation in urban planning projects. And that is all that I have.
I'll
I
unmute
can go
everyone,
first.
sorry.
You go ahead.
Oh, are you, Clary, are you going first?
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anybody. Sure, I can go first. Imani, great topics here. And I love your theme, preservation's role in changing graphics. And it's so important and is part of what I wrote my dissertation about. So I'm right there with you as far as this is a really great topic to study for preservationists today. I'm gonna go backwards. So if you could go back to the French market, I think this is such an interesting site for this particular question, because thinking about the WPA project that kind of rebuilt this, and they were changing the demographics in that area. They were catering to tourists, and you've really hit that on the head here. I think it would be really interesting to look at what those historic uses were beforehand. There are a few articles out there that already discuss this in the WPA project. And if there's a way for you to, through city directories or other research, track the change in use in this area, so you can really show this sort of evolution of who the French market is catering to. You know, we know the 1930s, we know the 1980s, and kind of those major changes of use. What happens in between, I think, would also be really interesting. And it's a really interesting preservation history story that I think you're kind of adding this next layer onto, and it's really important to think about that sort of sharing of space and whose spaces these are again, and how it can cater to all the demographics served in this area. Again, with your Lower Garden District project, boy, short-term rentals is another big question of the day, right? And I really love that you have delved into this and looking at these commercial versus accessory uses. I think that's really fascinating. It tells you so much about the activity on these streets. It would be great to know how often they're used. Like if you looked at a whole calendar year of rentals and use. I just had a doctoral student studying that in one of our locations, and it's pretty fascinating data that can tell you a lot about a neighborhood and who the users are. But the flip side of that coin is, who are the owners? Are they absentee landlords? Are they locals? And I think that might also help you in kind of defining how this affects changing demographics, and are the, you know, if they're the local owners using these accessory short-term rentals, why are they doing that and what's the need served there? Lastly, I think your topic of the High Line is such an example of your research question. And I don't know if you chose your research question before or after all three topics, but it's definitely a good one that relates to all of these topics. There are so many things that we can look back on the High Line, you know, almost 20 years later now. And I'm sure people are raising these questions when they think about these sorts of projects moving forward. I think it would be really interesting, and maybe you've thought about this, how would you compare what you've learned about the High Line to public space projects that are happening in New Orleans, like the Green Line, and you know, thinking about the new river waterfront parks near Bywater. And so again, when you're getting to these big scale precedent studies, I encourage you always to kind of try to pull it back in and think about how it applies to your previous work. But really great presentation too. You were able to tell us everything you needed to very thoroughly in a concise manner. So it was a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I also wanted to congratulate you on the choice of that, your umbrella topic. That's something that's super important, you know, these demographics and how, you know, preservation or urban interventions affect people, obviously. And in your case, your analysis of how those interventions or uses are designed basically just for tourists and not necessarily for locals. So I think that analysis that you did, and maybe further analysis that you may do in the future, would be a step towards sort of this curating of uses we were talking about before, but with the goal of what? I mean, it's the goal of creating inclusiveness, diversity, etc. So I think that is a very you know, worthwhile intention, you know, and so on. Cici did a research project on Salvador de Bahia, and that's a very, very sad example of what happened, you know, failed public policies from the 70s, 80s, even into the 90s, where they decided the city, they were going to get all the low-income residents out of the city and develop the prime real estate property as a tourism destination. And then years later, they realized that failed because it did not, you know, the people, the tourists wanted to see life. They wanted to see what made that space different. And what it is actually the local inhabitants, the uses, the traditions, et cetera, et cetera. So it's that identity, that pattern, or that combination of elements of intangible and tangible are interesting. So I think, you know, your analysis is actually pointing in that way, which I think is pretty important. And it's also interesting that you kind of focused on the short-term rentals. I know that has been an issue in many places in the world, many historic cities, including Havana. They're having that issue there as well. There are whole buildings that are only occupied by people, you know, through Airbnb or casas particulares and so on. But then even how do you establish a criteria for limiting or balancing or controlling that without affecting those local owners that actually are benefiting? They're producing some necessary income that is actually allowing them to maintain and preserve their property. So that, you know, there's many layers about that type of limit or control. But I think it's important to, you know, study this area because this is a phenomenon that is happening everywhere. It's massive. And then the High Line, I mean, it's something that I've seen. Actually, I used to hang out there before it was restored in the 80s when I was at Columbia. We used to go there. There was one restaurant. It was terrible, but it was that one restaurant that we all went to. And it was like the gritty, dangerous area. We always went in groups and so on. I'm aging myself. I'm dating myself. It's like this was in the early 80s. And I saw this place transform from that gritty, kind of dirty, very industrial area into this totally one of the most expensive neighborhoods in New York City now. And I see what happens, I was sort of like a fan of the Dillers-Cofidio plan, and I thought it was brilliant. And obviously this has been considered brilliant in many ways and has been imitated in many places. It's sort of like our New York City Bilbao effect. So, but what did it do to the neighborhood, to the original owners, the inhabitants, the actual, that identity is gone. I mean, it's nothing like what it used to be back there. And it's really, really hard to, to say, is it good? Is it good for tourists? Yes, of course. It's good for New York City. Yes. Is it good for the immediate inhabitants of that neighborhood? Maybe not so good, but I think the questions that you're raising are extremely important, and I hope you really continue on that line of research. Congratulations, Imani. I really enjoy your presentation.
Thank you.
I have a few things too. So starting off with the French market, I love that you looked at the French market and concentrated on a whole nother side of Jackson Square. And in that regard, in your first graphic that you showed, I would have loved to have seen that map, that site view in relationship to Jackson Square. Of course, we know where it is, but it would be, always think, that your audience might not always set up those relationships. So I would like to have seen that little blip of Jackson Square there, like us really see, okay, there's Jackson Square and a little bit more around to relate it. But I think that's great. And it's interesting because it's totally, you could think of it as totally the opposite of St. Anthony's Garden on the other side, right? This is in a high concentration tourist area, and it really kind of caters to tourists and draws them in, but in some ways the intervention could have similar impacts in that one, I'm thinking of interpretation and highlighting some of the histories that aren't known or thought about by the average tourist coming in, and also sort of changing who goes where and why. So I love your thoughts of getting back to actually providing, going back to the real market and food that it originally was. So that's that learning from the past for the future. And I think that it also has potential to incorporate interpretation into that. So I think places never have to be one or the other. They can be vibrant new uses, but you could also take opportunities to give information about maybe not just the people that used to sell specifically in the French market, but vendors on the street, women who would walk up and down all through the French Quarter selling their goods. The smells. I remember reading a particular research essay about the smells and the tastes of Africa combined with the French Creole cooking. So I could see really bringing that a lot to life with interpretation as well. Also, I think you could make an even stronger argument for the need of that kind of food space in that area, not just for residents, but for anyone who's visiting. So I have two different experiences in which I have had a terrible time trying to figure out how I was going to work eating in that part of the French Quarter into my day. One is, every semester, I lead my first year seminar on a tour through the French Quarter, and have tried to figure out how we can make lunch fit in so that we can keep on walking and touring. And the only place down there we can really go is to squeeze into the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen, which is awkward, and it would be wonderful if we had a market to go to. The other is with my 9-year-old son. I went there just before everything shut down with him, and we were on that side of the quarter. And to get to anywhere where we could have lunch, a decent lunch, without that he could come in with me, because it wasn't a bar, We had to walk way across the corner and then come way back, and we were so tired. So I think you could make an argument that that even for tourists, there's other visitors or other local visitors as well that really need a different food solution in that part of it. So you could argue that more as well. And that then would also change visitorship and foot traffic in a whole nother way. In regard to the Lower Garden District, I liked that, again, the mapping was great to show exactly what you were talking about, as I said to Sierra. And then that you didn't just stop there with analyzing what's going on, but actually worked at investigating possible solutions. The solutions are always are the key. We do the research to try and figure out what's going on, but should always put forth possible solutions. So that was great. I was wondering, when it came to interventions that you depicted really excellently with the photographs, I can imagine what they are addressing, but I didn't hear specifically the explanation of what those interventions are addressing in terms of what's happening with the neighborhood with the short-term rentals. Again, I can guess, but it would be great to explain that a little bit more clearly. And I thought it was wonderful to see the laundromat on there. We could go so much into, I think there could be a whole exploration just of laundromats as community engagement places. And finally, with the High Line, I think it's such an interesting case study because you can study the success and failures, challenges of the High Line itself, but then also all of the imitators and how many other places have tried to do the same thing with very different circumstances, very different existing spaces, but just tried to take that model and impose it on their place and the different successes and challenges they faced as well. So again, thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imani. And up next, we have Jacob Foreman. So,
Man, I thought it was going to be kind of nice to go last, but then after following all that, it's going to be hard to do, I guess. That was great. But so my name is Jacob Foreman. My background is really as an archaeologist working in CRM firms and environmental firms. I think that's going to show pretty heavily, at least in this first project. But I want to walk you through kind of what I did this semester. So for project one, for this Batcher area, I had zone 2 and around Jackson Square. I knew that this area was really historically and geologically dynamic. So I kind of wanted to look into how you could use historic topo maps and certain types of mapping to kind of understand the changing use and history of an area. Again, oops, sorry guys. So this is that part of the study area. This is zone 2 right in front of Jackson Square that kind of heads down to the river. So first we have these maps that I made by georeferencing or rectifying other historic maps to kind of track the formation of what is the Batcher Formation that fronts the river in front of Jackson Square. They show a clear and gradual buildup of what we call this Batcher area and these alluvial sediments that kind of made this up, and then some of the building footprints that came along and the developments that happened throughout these periods. I don't know why this is, okay. So really the area and the city are nothing without the levee system. And I think this is a crucial part of the settlement's history. I think the graphics like these really help to kind of point out the precarious environmental situation that we're in as a city and really tell the story of kind of, ways that we need solutions to this moving forward. So kind of taking all this into account, I started to map these historic usages on these different formations through time. Really what we have through the 18th and early 19th century is a lot of public usage and as an open air kind of as markets and as shipping, as a shipping center, as a port, even like carnivals and things like that popped up in this area. And it was really just a large open flat area that kind of welcomed you into the city. So that changed in the late 19th century when the area kind of became industrialized, privatized, kind of commercialized with technological advancements. Railroad comes in and they build this big train depot that basically severs the river from the Jackson Square park that's there, or the plaza, sorry. And this is really a big shift in kind of the feeling of this space. So today, looking at the current land use, we see that kind of remnants of both of these histories still remain in this area. The city kind of manages this with the French Market Association, I believe it is. And a lot of this is based around transportation as far as parking, the railroad, the streets that move through it, and then some of these other businesses that are around it. But there's really this problem area in the middle where you can see the city's been trying to push this in more of a pedestrian route with the development of the Washington Artillery Park and the Moonwalk. But then there's this huge problem area right in the middle where there's still an active train, railroad, and streetcar system that go right through a pedestrian walkway, which is kind of ridiculous. So I kind of wanted to figure out how to, I should say in 2008, there was a master plan put forward that tried to ameliorate this situation a little bit and expand the Washington Artillery Park that you can see here in the middle, and also provide a pedestrian walkway that went over the top of the railroad. I thought a lot of these ideas were actually really great for trying to reorient and recenter the this historic, really central location of the city, right? And I wanted to figure out how to kind of make that economically feasible. And a way that I thought you could do that is to raise the riverfront streetcar value by ticket price by about 50 cents a person. Looking into it, it's used 80% by tourists. And just this, upcharge alone, you could actually recoup all your value from the parking spaces. I believe there was 14 parking spaces that you would lose by developing the Washington Artillery Monument and expanding it into this parking area. The important part about this design, I really wish I could have gotten into it, but we ran out of time. As Tony said, we only had a month. I wanted to kind of design and show ideas that I had, but I ended up speaking about them at the presentation. The idea was really to make this a streetcar stop in order to work with a lot of the things that Carrie was speaking about earlier, and trying to funnel and control tourism and traffic up the sides of Jackson Square, but really towards the cultural institutions that exist on the other side, in order to kind of educate and reframe people's initial understanding and how they take in the city, and having the opportunity of the city to educate people first. Not saying that beer tourism and ghost tourism is bad, but you have the opportunity to kind of, control that narrative a little bit. So moving forward into project 2, this draws on a lot of work that I worked closely with Emmy and Essie, you'll see that, and it kind of merges towards what Zach's kind of pitch was. But I wanted to continue this focus on identity and use through historic analysis into this project. And again, as we've talked about before, really is what is like 7 blocks that really haven't been completely destroyed. You have an incredible architectural diversity of types and styles. This is also seen in the massing and the scaling of these buildings that you can see in these lower right-hand figures. We broke this up as a case study, me, Emmy, and Essie. I took shotguns. We really worked as a team to kind of break down these typologies together in our initial presentation, but I just wanted to say that just this type alone shows an incredible amount of diversity that for someone coming into the city, at least with applied styles, that for someone coming into the city could really get a good glimpse of changing styles in the city throughout different periods and how that evolved through time. So with all that in mind, I wanted to reorient the identity of this area around this diversity, which isn't always necessarily celebrated when we're creating historic districts. So I kind of pitched this idea of making it into an architectural park. Initially, things that I think this could work to help solve is a little bit of an expansion north into a couple areas where the current HDLC district does not expand, especially because there's a couple buildings there that really kind of need some attention moving forward as this area develops. And I think expanding this idea of an architectural park a little outside of our study area to encapsulate some of these other diverse styles that exist, seen in the lower left-hand side, would be great. And really the kind of core idea about this is making this a self-guided architectural trailhead for tourists to come into the city, appreciate architectural evolution of the city, and see all these different types and styles in one kind of core area instead of having to kind of branch out and move. It's something we talked about earlier. You really see throughout the city this expansion of types and styles as you move upriver. And this area has changed so much throughout time that it kind of has little bits of all those developments. So a way to do this, I thought, would be through some sort of architectural park kind of signage, and almost some kind of open air museum rotating exhibit kind of thing. You'd have to work with a lot of different organizations to get this together. But this is because we were kind of pitching this to the HDLC at the time. But I thought that really these would focus on, for one, preservation technology, and two, architectural history throughout the city. And this architectural, or at least this preservation technology side of things, I wanted to do that because I thought we could kind of rope in the NCPTT, the National Center for Preservation Technology and Training, to be able to get a little bit of funding for this signage, but also to kind of create a coalition or a group of people to help work with these residents and work on how this area develops, and focusing on what are the values of the people who live there, while also kind of talking about historic preservation and the hard work that is done by tradespeople and the like to work on buildings like this. Again, I thought this would be cool if you could set it in the sidewalk, but I know that that'd be hard to do. And it's kind of an idea of a rotating exhibit where you're changing these out every once in a while to kind of draw people back into the area. So there's a lot of things to think about for this plan, but really the core of it is really kind of similar to what I did in Project One, which is trying to reorient the kind of perspective on an area. And, in this sense, though, this is not more as like in the first project where I was trying to kind of control traffic and tourism and the welcoming mat to an area. This is more trying to, control and protect against future development and rapid development of an area. I think centering this idea of architectural history into the fabric of an identity of a little tiny spot like this is kind of key to protecting it moving forward. So lastly, with my poster at the end, there's a lot of stuff on here, I know, but it kind of brings all of these things together. There's a little bit of history and background, a little bit of kind of geographic kind of cultural management and things like that. But also I really dug into and Natchez, which really shares a very similar architectural past to Louisiana, to New Orleans, and a very similar historical, series of events. I kind of wanted to look at these two different areas. You have Natchez on top of the hill, and Natchez under the hill, and the changes in these two areas over time are, and the ways that they've been treated from a preservation perspective are pretty different. But I really kind of got down into this idea of hazard mitigation of the Natchez under the hill area and rising kind of consistency and floods from the Mississippi River, formation of the Bachelor there, things that you could do to mitigate these problems. And this comes from a lot of other things that were happening in the semester at this time. But, in the end, I think there's a kind of common string through all of this, which is focusing on environmental pressures. I guess I'm obsessed with water, I think, too. That's what I found out. And architectural history. So I was able to kind of push this more into the direction of my background, but also to learn a lot about the ways that we do things in Tulane, and take a lot of this, these different perspectives and to account when looking at these things. So that's it. I guess I'll open up to questions, and maybe for the last time, I guess today. I just want to thank everybody again for sitting through all this. This was a lot. And I appreciate, all you guys toughing it out and getting through all this. Thank you.
Do I need Is there anyone who needs to be unmuted? Okay, got
Oh, okay. I thought my internet crashed.
No, I just realized everyone was on mute. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, would anybody else like to start? Clear? No, no. Okay.
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Jacob, for an excellent presentation. It is not easy to be the last one, as you said, and you really brought it home. So that was wonderful. I'm very impressed by the way you geo-referenced and rectified the historic maps to present. And if you could go back in the slides while we're talking, that would be great. To really illustrate exactly what was happening to the waterfront. We have an idea in our heads of changes through time in the waterfront of this city, but as you can tell, I very much appreciate maps. And this is really excellent. It's so informative. And then merging into your addressing of the actual issue going on with that incredibly high density at sometimes pedestrian traffic. Again, I've had several recent experiences, and one of them trying to lead a tour of first year students, negotiate them through that space. And it's just really awful. So I really appreciate your analysis of this. And I also like how it really rounds out all of the other work that was done in studio. It is so great to see all of these pieces come together. The Lower Garden District, the architectural park. I have to say, I love the idea. I maintain that tourists coming to the city are really interested in the architecture, and I think would love the opportunity as they're wandering through neighborhoods, which I especially see people do as Magazine Street has grown into a much more traffic shopping district, and people navigate at random between taking the streetcar down St. Charles and over to Magazine Street. I think that people would just run into signs of their own, if not start at this specific architectural park trailhead. I love the idea of it as a trailhead and actually directing people to that. I think it's a wonderful educational opportunity. Bringing in a bit of the preservation technology, I think also has a tremendous potential to impact people, to send people like seeds, with these seeds going back to their own communities. And I think that sometimes we underestimate the tourists somewhat and what their potential to do and appreciate is. And from my discussions with people, especially while working in the cemeteries, who, perhaps, could fit that beer tourist profile, maybe approach me with a daiquiri in hand, but found the work that I was doing fascinating and actually commented that it made them think more about preservation back at home. So I think that could really be a way to plant seeds, educate, and spread that out. I also think the fact that you're not just thinking about tourists. Well, one, I should say, I think that in all of the discussion that has come up through all of these presentations with tourists, it's great to see all the different approaches to it. I think this one was interesting because it's almost inviting tourists rather than trying to maybe, lessen their impact, trying to invite them in a different way. At the same time, I like the fact that you are again balancing the tourists and the residents and thinking about educating residents and helping them think a little bit more about their own neighborhood and giving easy access to that preservation technology information. So I thought that was an idea. I hope you can move forward. We need to start talking to our friends at NCPTC and everyone else.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great spot for people to just kind of do work moving forward. It's going through so many changes, but there's so much there. I mean, you have these old masonry, almost row houses, all the way to, more recent shotguns and things like that to really understand from a material standpoint too, and construction history standpoint, there's just so much in this tiny area. So Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. And the ability to potentially change them out. You can also add QR codes to them so people can get even more information or audio and take it with it. So
Yeah, I was
I
really
thought
thinking
that
about
was
kind of using the Tulane students every year as the workhorses to do this, like as a project, each one of you break down a building for its materials, kind of focused on this area. And there's your material for your rotating exhibits right there, and then people can learn about construction history in the city. But yeah, we'll see. Still need to figure out how to put a sign in a sidewalk. We'll see how that goes.
we can get to that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say that it was, in a way, it was actually interesting to kind of zoom out of the problems that we were looking at. You're really tackling, placing urban preservation in a much, much larger scale or scheme of things. You're basically looking at the geological scale, and that is so much more, relevant today, especially in light of climate change and sea level, raising rivers, flooding, and such, etc. So I thought this was really an interesting approach, in a way, a little bit different than some of the other projects that we saw. We saw that maybe concentrated more at the urban or architectural or even like very intimate detail. So I thought this infrastructure analysis and how to solve these major problems of pedestrian access was like a really, really good choice. So yes, I really learned a lot about what you're trying to do there. And then also in your second project, picking the shotgun typology. Again, like a previous presentation picked the townhouses and so on. So I thought that was also a very interesting way of sort of promoting diversity, a little bit more inclusiveness, more focusing on the fabric of the connected tissue of historic urban centers, as opposed to the monumental and the unique and so on. So, and your your proposal to do it through an interpretation, signage kind of interpretation project, to raise awareness and create advocacy for that type of building that might be overlooked. I thought that's really an amazing and fantastic and very creative first step. But then I would say, what would be the next steps? It's not just talking about it and making them aware, so making people understand what the value of these elements are, but then also how do you help the owners preserve them? I mean, and then things that came to mind were like creation of economic or legal incentives, any other incentives that could actually make the preservation of this typology more realistic.
Sure.
So, and then in the Natchez riverfront site, again, going back to like water as an environmental force that shaped our settlements in the first place. It's like that. This is where it all began. For those settlements, and now water is also becoming an issue. That needs to be addressed. So it's part of this sort of like very much larger global sort of existentialist problem that we're all facing. And that's something that I really enjoy from all of the presentations, that it really sort of cemented this belief that preservation, obviously tackles many different ranges, scales of problems, from, and also that it requires different disciplines. I mean, we saw presentations from a photographer major to an archaeologist to urban planners and so on and so forth. So I think you guys actually represent a very clear cross section of professionals, of interests, of scales that are needed, to work in consortium to tackle this preservation urban problem. So anyway, very, very good presentation, good analysis. I enjoy myself tremendously listening.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll just quickly wrap up. I had just a few quick things, and I guess The two things that I really wanted to say for yours and for everybody's is that what you've proven is that there are always more stories to uncover and more history to research. And, everybody thinks, oh, the French Quarter, we know everything about that, right? And it's so not true. And I think you guys have really hit upon these projects that just yell out to us to pay more attention to where we are in the built environment. That the Bachelor is a place that I've just always walked up there onto the moonwalk over the parking lot, down. And it's such a nightmare of a place. And the St. Anthony's Park and the French Market and the brewery, these are all places that we are aware of, but you're bringing to light the real issues and the history, and you're making them relevant again. And I think that's one really fascinating thing about the French Quarter is that for historians and preservationists, we may take some of that for granted. So how do you make it relevant, and how do you keep it relevant for the 21st century? Because preservation is very different now than it was. With that in mind, Jacob, your first project is just really exciting. I think you've hit on really valuable analysis. I don't know what your thesis project is going to be, but if this is something you're interested in, this sort of relevance of geological and engineering history on, space and placemaking, I would encourage you to look at the Army Corps of Engineer. They're doing new projects now called Engineering with Nature. And, instead of having hard engineering projects that control water, which we know has created a ton of issues, they are going back and looking at what the natural history was, what the man-made history has done and has impacted. And I think your work here would be really relevant to that. For the Lower Garden District, I love that your group is looking at recentering the district's identity. That area is really, it has no identity right now. We pass through it. Your diagram showing this hub of, people going out to different districts is spot on. And I love the idea that you're exploring this as a place in and of itself, not just a connector to other places. Your analysis of the conditions of the building elevation, this one on the bottom, reminds me, and this may be totally out there, but it reminds me of how art projects sometimes do projections onto buildings. So the Pantheon in Nashville had this really cool projection on it to show what the historic colors were for the exposition at the turn of the century. And, if you're thinking about like rotating exhibits and something temporary where you're not doing signs and sidewalks, it might be cool to look at some other more temporary but expensive, I'm sure, ways of interpreting that. And lastly, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed the Natchez poster. There was so much information on there because it is such a complicated site. And I kept looking at this and thinking about Natchez under the hill. And I think I even texted Tony, you guys need to have a conference there. The Keeping History Above Water conference has been moving around from location to location. And, nobody's, I don't think, addressed the problems with river flooding. A lot of Keeping History Above Water has been from coastal flooding, Newport, St. Augustine, San Francisco, doing a river flooding because we know this is a big problem for all the historic towns and cities along the Mississippi River. So that might be a really interesting proposal if anybody is interested in that sort of future study. I just wanted to say lastly, I think that all of you have such a great baseline for moving forward into your thesis next year. And I really appreciated hearing the variety of projects that you delved into. So good job.
Thank you so much. That's really good information for just moving forward too. I am kind of thinking about hazard mitigation and things like that for a thesis topic. So I really appreciate that feedback and direction. Thank you.
I would just like to say, as we close this out with some closing statements, anyone who's able to turn your video on, it would be kind of great to have as many faces so that we have like a true formal goodbye. But I will let John and the jurors close this out and also give our thanks to everyone again.
John is muted.
I'll unmute him.
John's muted.
Got him. Now you're on.
Okay, thank you. Wow, what an amazing long morning. I really have to say, I can't just contain myself with how proud I am of you all, and I speak on behalf of Tony and the whole school for your unbelievable work here. It's extremely rigorous. That you produced 131 drawings in a month on just Jackson Square. That project is unbelievable. And not to mention the deep dives you've made into the history of your self-appointed projects. That is really what it's all about, rigorous research that this field lends itself to so nicely. It's also was so kind of touching in a certain way to hear this presentation now when talking about forces of nature having an influence on our work, where New Orleans has been threatened from two directions. The terrible virus that's descended on places and has put incidentally entire industries like the Airbnb business out of business. So Imani might work on that, or others that have really been looking at that aspect of the history. Not to mention how they happen to open the Bonnet Carré floodway again because of the Mississippi River threatening to flood one more time. All this happened in the last month. And so we're really participating in a real-time, full-scale lifeway here in ways with our training where we have an awful lot to offer toward mitigating the negative impacts on the built environment. So you all are really teed up for this and are good at it. And I'm so proud of how you've learned from other examples all over the place and done all kinds of research with a lot of good instruction along the way and input, but mostly it's your own curiosity and efforts to teach yourself in the context of Tulane more about how this work goes. Is there anything more relevant than what we're doing to deal with protecting the built environment? It's the human habitat that we're talking about here. And you all are really almost uniquely prepared to go out and make a difference for the better in that respect. Are there other closing comments by the wonderful assembly of jury that we may have? And then I'll let Tony have the very last word.
Well, I wanted to thank both you and Tony, John, thank you so much for organizing all of this, for leading this studio this semester. Thank you to all of you for all of your fabulous presentations today. It is just so neat to see how all of this came together. And I have to say, to all of you who, haven't, to all of the students who this is your end of year review and have not been a part of reviews in the past, that this is my favorite review so far. I thought, oh, I'm not sure how this is going to go on Zoom. This was fantastic. This was absolutely wonderful. I so enjoyed getting to see the way each of you presented your work on each project and then the final projects and it all wrapped together. So just excellent, excellent work. It's neat to get to see what you've been doing all semester on other projects, and just thank you all.
Thank you, Laura. Tony, you get the last word as our host. Thank you so much, Tony.
I didn't know if Norma wanted to say anything, and I will absolutely take the last word after her.
Sure.
Sure. I mean, I second, what Laura said. I mean, this has been a wonderful opportunity, for me. And thank you, John, for including me. I learned tremendous amount, and it made me think about a lot of things and connections that I hadn't made, recently. So I think the work was extraordinary. And like Laura, I didn't know at the beginning, how can I, be a critic to this work when I only saw the poster, but then understanding the whole progression of the different projects, I thought that was really, really brilliant of John and Tony to design, this going from a monument or an urban monument to a whole district, and then to basically something anywhere in the world. Was like really smart. And all I could say is that I would love to see your work being promoted and shared. That poster, all those posters are deserving to be published somewhere, even if it's in a physical book or a website, or promoted through I don't know, even a webinar, a conference or something. I think there is a lot of information there that could be very, very valuable to be shared. And I understand some of you are going to maybe continue with this research as a thesis subject and things like that. So I would say, yes, by all means, a lot of you have kind of chosen subjects that were close to you, and I could see that was sort of like your umbrella topic. So delve into that and dig in as deep as you're able to go. And also I was kind of fantasizing seeing, the group of you with very, very different backgrounds. Like I say, somebody is a photographer, somebody is, an archaeologist, somebody more interested in infrastructure or architecture and so on and so forth. I could see you working together as a group, as a multidisciplinary group with very, different interests, and tackling a single project, and see how that gets, developed to its like nth degree. So we see something from the macro scale all the way down to the intricacies of this, uses and very nuanced kind of elements. Like I said before, all of that makes up for the preservation of urban fabric. So anyway, I just say good luck. Those of you graduating, good luck. I hope things are definitely going to get better. And those that are staying in school, keep up the good work. This is really extraordinary.
Awesome. I will keep this as succinct as I possibly can. But I would just like to say that everything that our jurors and John just said, I absolutely agree with. And having the chance to work with y'all this semester is incredibly enriching for myself, because I think it's always great to be able to delve more into the different backgrounds and perspectives that you're coming from, to find the elements that really work with what you want to do with your future and what you want to do actively in the preservation community. And overall, clearly a group of people who continually ask questions of themselves and push themselves to do more and to find answers and to be satisfied with what they are giving to the world, basically. I think that's very evident in what they have shown today. But thank you so much for letting me be part of your semester. And thank you for hanging in there today, every single person. It was
everybody. That's it. It'll interest you to know that Tony and I on Friday have to, in 7 minutes, present all of this stuff. Not really, at least talk about what you all have done over the course of the semester in 7 minutes on Friday. It's something called Studio Walkthrough. We'll do our best, but I will tell you one thing. I'll tell them on Friday, and I'll say it now. As professionals, I would put you up against any people I've met in the field all around the world already, and you're still in school. Bravo, go forward. We'll stay in touch. Thank you all, to the jury and the students above all. Over and out.
Thank you so much. Thanks, John.
Everyone. Thank you, John and Tony.
Thank you.